Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my head that crown. I'm on the top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, 'cause in a minute I'm escape. 'Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cop watch.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my
I'm from 140th and Lenox. I'm from NFL, up the block is 40 Wolves, Lou Simpson's on 142nd Cross Square, D. Fergo number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
I mean, the whole thing is going to last only a few minutes, and those that are able to actually get their XRP sold at whether it be 122 or even substantially higher, as there's been a lot of talks that XRP's price will go substantially higher than $122, potentially to over $11,898, all within minutes. If you are able to sell out those rates, you're able to make millions of dollars and also buy back in when the price sets back at the real price, which is $2.20 or $2.30 per XRP. And this is why the video you're watching right now is the most important video of your entire life if you're an XRP holder. And so I'm going to right now mention real quickly that, guys, this is a perfect opportunity right now to get yourself some free XRP. We partner with Daband to give every single person free XRP. All you have to do is like the video, subscribe to the channel with notifications, share this video, and then sign up at Daband using my link in the description. The whole process takes less than 5 minutes. It's literally free money. And with that being said, let's get right into the video. The next 48 hours are going to be the most critical for XRP holders. In fact, we are looking at the potential of unlocking trillions of dollars through some of the most recognized and largest financial institutions, including the integration of SWIFT, $650 trillion in tokenizations on the XRP ledger, and an official partnership with the largest bank in Japan and also the United States Federal Reserve. And this is only the start, because in the next 48 hours, a majority of what we just mentioned are going to be unlocked for the XRP ledger and are going to cause a massive supply shock. So here are the steps, and you need to watch this video or else you are going to regret it. The XRP price currently sits at $2.19, but in the next couple hours, all of this is likely to change as Japan, their central bank, officially announced the start of using XRP for payments in the next 48 hours, potentially driving the XRP price to over $122.94 in a massive spike in price. At the same time, we are seeing massive institutions inject trillions of dollars, and all of this potentially to start in a matter of 48 hours. Yes, RealFi has officially announced the introduction of $650 trillion, with a massive supply burn set to occur as well. All of this is happening on June 27th at 11:59 p.m., which coincides with the exact 48-hour timeline. So just imagine this. Your XRP, currently priced at literally $2.19, is about to spike to over $122.94, will be the XRP price, but it will only be the starting price. In fact, XRP will likely skyrocket to numbers substantially higher, $1,000, $2,000, $10,000, even $11,898, and we'll talk about exactly how I got this number shortly. But this will all happen in a very critical time period and for a very short period of time. So only a few of you guys will actually be able to capitalize and make the money on selling your XRP for those high rates. Because similar to what happened back when the year was 2024 and Gemini price glitched over $50, only very few people were able to actually get in on the action and actually sell XRP, which was currently priced at the time at 50 cents, to over $50 per XRP. And we are experiencing the exact same thing in the next 48 hours. This will unfold and people will make millions of dollars. The introduction of $25 trillion in volume a day by SWIFT alone is only one section of the money that will flow into the XRP ledger. And again, if you look at the coincidence, all of this is set to happen on a very specific construed time frame in the next weeks or so. In fact, as early as in the next 48 hours. And we've gotten mentioned that not only is SWIFT doing this, but MasterCard also confirmed it, but also the RealFi institution. Yes, RealFi has announced that over $654.39 trillion global real estate market will be unlocked on the XRP ledger through the Real token in literally just 48 hours. And on top of this, 20% of the supply of the Real token will be burnt on June 27, 11:59 p.m. RealFi continues to make steady progress towards its mission of integrating the $654.39 trillion global real estate market with the XRP ledger, unlocking transformative potential in decentralized finance. You can, of course, check out the Real token, learn more about it, and even get yourself some Real tokens using their link, payrealfi.com/real-overview. But as part of this initiative, the Real token will burn permanently, eliminating up to 80% of the total phase 1 supply. Guys, this is massive news. In fact, it's the largest news that if you're going to take away something in this video, you want to take this right now. June 27th, 11:59 p.m., Real token built on the XRP ledger, causing massive supply shock for not just the Real token, but also the XRP ledger. So much so that if we just take the number of $654.39 trillion global real estate market, which RealFi is going to unlock onto the XRP ledger, and put it into the price of XRP, XRP's price will hit over $11,520.68. This is the number that we are looking at for XRP that may occur in as early as 48 hours. And this is only the start, because we're not talking about the massive burn that RealFi is doing for the real token, which is built on the XRP ledger, and it's going to reflect in a burn of XRP as a result. Because that burn is going to decrease the supply of XRP available, causing more money to flow into XRP, not enough supply shock for XRP. I think it's quite clear, and it means the introduction of trillions of dollars will spike the price of XRP so high that, of course, before the Ripple team is able to actually put back in more supply from their escrow, put it into the circulating supply, the price will skyrocket to $11,520. And so if you are able to set your limit orders, get your bags ready, have your XRP, have some real token, and actually be online at the time, you may be able to catch the massive price pump surge that allows you to actually sell some XRP at that exact rate. But let me be quite clear and transparent here. If you're trying to follow the money and make the most potential cash that you can, you gotta be eyeing the real token, which is built on the XRP ledger and is doing a massive supply burn of 20% on June 27th in literally 48 hours. Because not only is the real token currently priced dirt cheap, guys, and I mean it, like, take a look at this, currently 2 cents, even though it's done a massive 10x, going from 0.001, so there's an extra zero here, so less than 2 cents, 0.002 cents, to 2 cents right now, almost 3 cents, and this is all in the last, I think, 10 days or so. The real money is about to begin flowing into real token. In fact, so much so that if we take a look at some of the experts and analysts talking about real token, they are literally expecting real token to jump from 2 cents to 64,500 in days. Literally days, with this massive supply shock happening on June 27th at 11:59 p.m., which is in 48 hours. And these are analysts that have over, take a look at this, 394,000 followers. I mean, these guys are experts in this space, and they're telling you to buy a real token quickly before it runs out. Now, again, I'm not a financial advisor, it's not financial advice, and always do your research, but I'm telling you guys, do your research. This is things that you need to look into right now as quickly as you can, because 48 hours is not a lot of time, specifically when trillions will begin entering the XRP ledger, along with a major supply burn of 20% of the real tokens built on the XRP ledger, causing supply shock. And if you do some simple math, forget about my words or any of these other guys, if you do some simple math here and you say, what is the price of real token be if the trillions that it's going to facilitate actually enters this market cap? Over $6 million per real token, $6.5 million from it currently priced at literally 2.7 cents. 2.7 cents. It's crazy, but this is literally what we are looking at. The potential to make generational wealth is really right in front of us. But again, we're only getting started because this is a massive institution. I mean, this is a real-time payments solution unified by blockchain from rent to real estate, pay the world with one currency built on the XRP ledger. Now, let's just say it takes 10, 20 years to get the whole 654 trillion into the real token. So let's say this is an unrealistic number because it's going to take very long. Let's say, how much will the price of real token be if only 1% of the $654.39 trillion actually enters its market cap? If you take a look at this, $65,439 per real token from literally 2.7 cents, guys. 2.7 cents is what we're looking at. And this is with only 1% of the market that it is literally going for with it captured. So I'll be leaving all the links down below in the description. Again, I don't want this video to be extremely long, but there's a lot that you guys have to understand, and it's all unfolding in such a short period of time that I thought I need to release this all right now in front of you guys. So again, the links for everything that we're talking about will be down below in the description, including RealFi, the tokenization, the real token. Everything will be linked down below in the description. But guys, take a look at this as well.
Look at that. A group of individuals coming in. Suits and ties. Bags. Looks pretty animated out there today. We knew this, though. We knew this during closing. More and more people come out. More and more people come out and see what's going on. More flashing lights, cameras, podcasters, YouTubers, spectators. People want to see what's going on, particularly at the back end of any major high-profile trial. This is one of the biggest trials of this century. It is, considering who we're talking about here. Considering the stakes couldn't be higher for Sean P. Diddy Combs. If convicted, he could face the rest of his life behind bars. That is scary for him. Some will say that's justice for the victims, and others will say that's an injustice. A lot of people have a lot of opinions about this case as we continue to cover. Yeah, it does definitely look more animated today than prior days. I just wanted to point that out. But yeah, we're about to get started here in the next probably about 40 minutes. Usually the judge hits the bench probably about a half hour before the jurors come in. So they'll probably iron out more issues. We shall see. But I appreciate all of you for being in here again today. I see a lot of the wonderful, familiar faces and avatars and beautiful names, all of you. We couldn't do this without all of you. Y'all are great. You make the chat great. The latest on this case. We share all the twists and turns centered around this. About a week left. Maybe not. Maybe it goes into 4th of July weekend. We shall see. My estimation, I think the jury will come up with a resolution or a solution or a verdict by mid next week. Possibly the jury gets the case tomorrow. We shall see. Maybe they'll deliberate for a few hours. That will be interesting. No deliberation today, because it has been revealed yesterday that the prosecution will present their closing arguments today, and then we go to sleep. Everyone goes to bed. Everyone goes home. And then Friday, the defense will put up their arguments. Now, the defense arguments are going to be interesting. All of it's going to be interesting. All of it. What's going to be said, what's going to be revealed. Now the time to throw all that stuff out into the open air so the jurors can listen and hear. Closings are expected soon. In federal court, prosecutors present their closing arguments first, followed by the defense team. Prosecutors are allowed the final say and can respond in a rebuttal closing argument. When I expect in this, we will get a rebuttal. Come on in, come on in, come on in. The judge will instruct the jury on the charges. And we're going to wait for this sheet to come out. Haven't seen it being posted yet. But if we get this sheet, we will share it on the channel. If you know if the sheet is out there, send it to us, tips@JLR Investigates. We'd love to see it. But here we are again. Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It looks a little bit animated out there today. And it will be fun. Well, nothing's really fun about this case, but we have fun while covering this case. We make it very, very interesting. We talk, share memes, giggle a little bit. It is sad. It's bad. I do feel very bad for the victims. Very brave for the victims to come forward and share their story.
Who's there?
Kind of wish Gina would have talked. Gina, where's Gina? She never showed. I kind of was hoping KK would have came. KK, you know KK. Oh, there he is. Ryan Steele. Brian Steele. Some like him, some don't. Some think he's a good lawyer. Others think he's kind of sneaky. But we're here, folks. We do this coverage every day. If you're new to the channel, welcome. It's going to be a great day. It's going to be a great day to cover this case. We were on pretty late last night. We were running into the 7:30 hour. It was pretty late last night. Hopefully, y'all got some great sleep. Blessed to be here for another day. 6/26/2025. Month is almost over. Few more days. Month is over. Will they get a verdict by the 4th of July? That remains to be seen. So we're kind of just seeing the courtroom atmosphere, getting everyone in the chat. Good morning. Shay, thank you for being a new member of JLR Investigates. We appreciate you. You won't be disappointed. It's pretty fun here. I was thinking once this case gets resolved, if it gets resolved, you know, there's always a chance there could be a hung juror mistrial. I figure some of the things we could do next on this is discuss civil suits, all the civil suits, read all the civil suits. Ooh, a bunch of white shirts. Oh, there's Xavier Donaldson in the house. Xavier Donaldson in the house. Good morning, Kelsey Mosher. Good morning. Closing statements are today. Yes. NFT. Hello, NFT. Nice to see you again, NFT. Hello. Darla. New member, Darla Johnson. Good morning. Renee. 3304. Thank you very much for the comment. Thank you. Very appreciated. So we saw Xavier Donaldson come in. We saw Brian Steele come in. We saw somebody affiliated with the family coming in. We don't know who they are, if you all know. At the beginning of this live, I don't know. They were faces I'm just curious about. Always curious of who comes in reference. Look like Diddy's family friends. Someone in. All right. So what do we got? We got sightings. Anyone in particular? They got the media.
Excuse me, sir.
Showing people's faces. Hey, Lauren and Tom. Hey, Lauren and Tom. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Look who's coming in. Look at all the people coming in. 5 new members of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Lauren and Tom King. Ooh, they got kicked out.
Everybody stand here. You think it's special to come over here? No, bullshit. Go. You have a press pass? Then you can't. Where's your press pass?
Press pass.
Go off. Go get your press pass. Don't come on our property.
Ooh, someone here got a little scolded by the Joe Martinez. Thank you for the gifted membership, Joe Martinez. 5 members. JLR Investigates, courtesy of Joe Martinez. 5, and Tom and Lauren 5. That's 10. 10 new people, members of JLR Investigates. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. 10 new people. 10 new members. Awesome. Shay, hello. Nice hearts. We'll do the heart. Someone just got scolded. Yo, get off our property. Get off our property. That is interesting. We're here, so we're all just getting, we're going to listen to hear what happens. We're going to listen to the latest. A to Z, 10 gifted memberships. Holy smokes. A to Z, thank you very much. Very grateful. 10 new members of JLR Investigates. 10, courtesy of A to Z. A to Z, love it. A to Z. Thank you very much. Very grateful. Very, very grateful for all of you. Thank you. Thank you. Come on in. I want to hear this. I want to hear this so badly. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for the back end of the trial, and we'll hear it. It appears it's going to be Slavic. If I'm not saying her last name right, Slavic or Slavic, AUSA Slavic. That appears to be the one that's going to give the closing. Whoa, Crystal, 5 gifted memberships courtesy of Crystal. 5 new members of JLR Investigates. Thank you very much, Crystal. Thank you. Welcome aboard. We're a growing army. The JLR Army. We're on trial watch, celebrity watch, watching what's going down. It's going down for Diddy. Maybe not. Maybe he gets off. But man, those charges that the jury gets. Woo. As you heard Shapiro yesterday said, it's unfair. It's wild. It's at a very low bar of what they have. Like, literally, they have to just, like, really, with sex trafficking, they just have to prove, like, one act, and he's guilty on sex trafficking. It's wild. It is wild. But, as we discussed, it's very unfavorable. Listen, if the feds get you, you're done. One, the feds always will get you if you're guilty. And two, yeah, they might move the goalposts. They might play foul. They might change the rules as the trial goes on. That's what the feds do. They will move the goalposts sometimes if need be. And they'll get that conviction, as they almost have a 100% conviction rate. It's almost 100%. We've discussed before. They take about 75,000 cases a year. An average per year, only 200 people get fully acquitted. Of 75,000, only 200 get acquitted. Are you kidding me? And that's average. I mean, I'm not saying that happened now or last year, but that's average a year. Very, very, very low number. Julie Moore, thank you. Julie Moore, gifted membership. Julie Moore, thank you. 1 gifted membership, courtesy of Julie Moore. 1 new member. Thank you very much, Julie Moore. DC, 5 gifted memberships, courtesy of DC. 5 new members of JLR Investigates, courtesy of DC. Wow, we're coming with a lot of memberships this morning. 5, 10, 20, 25, 30, 31 new members just this morning in just the last 15 minutes. Holy smokes. I am totally flattered and grateful for that, for sure. Chaos forever. Nice to see you. Justice is for the rich and powerful. Good morning. So let's get this party started soon. Look at this. Looks like a field day trip at the federal courthouse. A lot of people walking around this morning, you know? More people than I've seen during the course of the trial. I like these live outside shots. We're a little bit behind because we wanted to show you who's coming in and coming out. Because it's always interesting to see who shows up. But we're going to be covering this live as it's going on. Got all the feeds up. It looks like all the media outlets are back in action. Looks like they're back in action. Holy smokes, are you kidding me? A to Z with 20 more memberships. 20. That's 5, 10, 15, 20. 20 new members, courtesy of A to Z. Very, very grateful. Thank you, A to Z, again. That's 20 new people. And then D-Rod, 5 new memberships. Oh, my goodness. D-Rod, thank you very much. Nice to see you, D-Rod. Again, awesome. Very grateful. Thank you. 5 new members, courtesy of D-Rod. Y'all are great. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're growing and growing and growing. Thank you for relying on us, and thank you for spending time with us. And we're just seeing what's going on with these interesting things. I am obsessed with this case. And I'm so obsessed with this case, ladies and gentlemen, that once this case gets resolved, which I think there will be a verdict. I don't think there'll be a hung jury, but you never know. But when it gets resolved, and if not, we'll go for round 2. But if it does get resolved, I'm going to start cracking into these civil cases, the Diddy civil cases, like really analyze them and follow it through. And even if some of these people take it to trial, or, you know, Diddy, if it goes past summary dismissal and gets into discovery, interrogatories, depositions, and all that, and it actually goes to trial, we'll cover it. We'll cover it. Diddy's just getting shock and awe at all angles. All these lawsuits going on. Hey, Coco. Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And nice to see you here again. Thank you very much. Thank you. 5 additional members. Thank you so much. Very, very grateful. And MB Designs Texas. MB Designs Texas. 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. Very, very grateful. 5 additional. Well, oh my God, this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this. Lady, is that Natsu? Lady Natsu? Thank you very much. Look at all these. Thank you. 5 additional. Look at all these gifted memberships. Oh my goodness. There's so many new members today, courtesy of people that have been watching this case. Thank you so much. Y'all are awesome and great. Grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, we've fired off. Now we're at like 60 memberships today already, and we're just 20 minutes in. Holy smokes. Never seen anything like that. You never know what you're going to get at a Diddy trial or outside a Diddy trial. I'm ready. This is my first cup of coffee. Been up for a while, you know. It was a pretty late night with this case last night. Particularly that they're supposed to start 10 o'clock yesterday. Then it got extended to 12 o'clock. Then it went to 2. And then it went to 3. Then it went to 3:45. And then from 3:45, it went on all the way into the evening. Luna. Thank you very much for the 1 gifted membership. Luna Curry. Thank you. Very grateful. Thank you. 1 new member. Courtesy of Luna. We appreciate you, Chaos Forever, too. You make it fun, too. You make it fun, Chaos. Thank you for the comment. I am DJ Jason Paul, the DJ. You DJing? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just saying hello to everyone. Just kind of getting everyone into the chat, piling in. We should get this party started in the next 25 minutes. I can't wait. This is what I've been waiting for, man. You know, this is a very important part of the case. Extremely. This is where you make your persuasions. This is where you sell your pitch to 12 jurors. You sell it. There's a lot of evidence, but sometimes some of the jurors just rely on the closing to make their decision, or they've been evaluating what's been said, and then the closing solidifies what they're going to do, or solidifies their belief. Crazy woman. Thank you for the gifted membership. Hey, I like the face. Thank you. One gifted membership, courtesy of Crazy Woman. I like that. Woman. WOMIN. Woman. Thank you. Okay, so KB, I saw you many times, KB. I appreciate the 1 gifted membership, KB. It looks like it's very difficult for me to pronounce your name, and I don't want to say it incorrectly, but 1 gifted membership courtesy of KB. KB, thank you very much. KB, thank you very much. Stephanie Chanel. Ooh, what do we got? I'll address all of you in a second. We got some activity here. What's going on here? Who's here? Who is here? There's so many gifted memberships. I want to make sure I get through everyone. But this is what we see each day. But it seems like it's more animated today than any other day. We got people there. This looks like the this looks like the children's van, doesn't it? The van that the children come in. Gidget Ayers, thank you for the 1 gifted membership, courtesy of Gidget. Thank you. Very, very grateful. Thank you. So many people commenting. So many people. I'm trying to go through all the comments. A to Z again. You earned it. You rock. Thank you, A to Z. Texas Chick. Thank you very much. Patty. Thank you very much for the gifted membership, Patty K. Thank you. 1 member courtesy of Patty. Crystal Simone, nice to see you. Hello. If you understand, let's talk. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being a member. Peggy K777. Lucky Sevens. Prosecutors made a strong case against Diddy, but verdict is unpredictable. Legal experts say. Yeah, a lot of legal experts been saying. You just never know with a jury. Just the letter T. One gifted membership courtesy of T. Thank you very much, T. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Baby Sharky, welcome. 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 Thank you very much. Oh, look. Oh my goodness. An appearance by his daughters. Holy smokes, the daughters are here. This is the first time we've seen the daughters since the first week. Whoa. Daughters have arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, right? That's the first time we've seen them since the first week. Remember, they had graduation after that weekend and they never came back. Whoa, this is maybe powerful for Diddy, right? Diddy's starting to get people in. They're back. That is interesting. That is interesting. Whoa. See, you never know who you're going to see here. Never know who you're going to see. Julie X-Teen. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Julie, thank you. Thank you. Very grateful. Thankful. Thank you. One new member courtesy of Julie. Hex Maniac Chris. Thank you. Thank you for the gifted membership. Hex Maniac Chris. Thank you. One new member courtesy of Hex Maniac Chris. You all got some awesome names. Crazy Woman. Crazy Woman. Thank you. Thank you. JLR Magnolia, you're all so appreciated. Thank you. And the people in the chat are great. Yes, the people in the chat are great. Did I miss anybody? There's so many people up there. Haley. If I missed anyone, please, I apologize. I don't want to miss anyone. I'm just, there's so many things happening at once in front of me. I'm looking at the screens. I'm looking at you. I'm seeing who's here, who's showing up, what's going on, checking my feeds, see what's being said, seeing if the judge hit the bench yet. 9:40. We are ready. It's a day, daughters are there. Where's the sons? Are they going to come in a separate, another van, or where's the sons? At the beginning of this feed, there was two groups of people, or two people that came in. It looked like in support of Diddy, but I didn't recognize them. All right, judge is on the bench. 1 minute ago, the judge is on the bench. Judge is on the bench. Judge is on the bench. The Tadia, or is your name the Todd Davia? Todd Davia? Welcome to JLR Investigates. Thank you for being a new member. Ingrid Brooks, thank you for being a new member. Baby Sharky, thank you for being a member. SG1007. Nice to see you again. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you. One new member, courtesy of SG1007. Thank you very much. Woo! Well, we were on fire. We were on fire for that first 20 minutes. Rapid fire. All right, what do we got? So the judge is on the bench. That's what we know thus far. So we're getting it all in line, getting it all in order. Well, people following, look. Somebody else might be coming in. Somebody else. We'll see what's out with that. And then we'll talk about a little bit of here, what's being said. We'll mute it up in a second, in a few minutes. We just want to see who arrives, because I think it's very important. And, with Diddy, Now's the time to have all the family. Don't play no games. Don't be having missing family members there. If you want to show a unified front, you want to show that this case, you support him, come. Family members come. Melinda Snipes. One gifted membership courtesy of Melinda Snipes. Thank you very much, Melinda. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Misty Wolf, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates. Hey, Haley, Eddie. One gifted membership courtesy of Haley. Thank you very much. Another member. Our army continues to grow. Hex Maniac says, God working through the feds. Did he been rolling deep for a long, long time? So we are here. Mike, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, Mike. Thank you for being a new member. Court is in session. Lengthy day, they said. A lengthy day of closing arguments is expected to begin. AUSA could go all day. They indicated they're going to go on for a couple hours and then lunch in a couple hours. But we could go way into the 5 o'clock hour. We just don't know. Jackie D, thank you very much. Hey, welcome to JLR Investigates. All right. So we got some things going on. We got the judge on the bench. They're discussing matters right now. 9:37 a.m. Eastern. Good morning, the judge says. We emailed the charge to the parties, but it's not in the docket yet, according to Intercity Press. I want to see the charge. I want to see the charges. I want to see the charge that goes to the jury. Cheesy Mary. Thank you for being a member, Cheesy Mary. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anna Karen Anderson. Thank you for being a member of JLR Investigate. SG says, hit that like button. JLR Army, strong. All right, so it's not on the docket. It's not on the docket. But the judge is saying, but there are still sometimes government is capitalized. Remember yesterday, Shapiro was like, we don't want the word government capitalized. The judge says, good morning. We emailed the charge to the parties, but there are still sometimes government is capitalized in that charge. We'll change that and an instruction about the witnesses. There should be no disruptions during closing arguments. That's what the judge just said. There should be no disruptions. No disruptions. And here it is. Here's what's being said. And the judge went off the bench to 10 a.m. Off the bench to 10 a.m. So tell the jurors that it will be a shorter today, longer tomorrow. Then, during deliberations, it will be up to them. All right, so the judge is saying, tell the jurors that today will be shorter, but tomorrow will be longer. And then during deliberations, it's up to them. Of course, they could go anywhere from 1 hour to 15 hours. Some of these high-profile cases. I was looking up yesterday. I'll get that back in a bit. Some of the other high-profile cases and how long it took the jury to deliberate before they got a verdict or not, or guilty or not guilty verdict in some of the high-profile trials. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Deliberations will be on the juror's schedule. This juror will have the right of self-determination. As the judge told the court that once closing arguments are over, they will be able to determine their own schedule for deliberations. Now that's interesting. That's interesting. The judge is allowing the jurors to set up their own schedule for deliberations. Meaning, if the jurors want to say, hey, we want to deliberate for only a couple hours a day. I guess the judge is going to agree with that. It's up to them. That is interesting, because sometimes they just throw jurors up in a room from 8 a.m. and just tell you to deliberate all day. And if you don't come up with a verdict by 6 p.m., everyone goes home. They're letting the jurors decide. That is it. Does that mean if the jurors could deliberate all night? That is interesting. The judge is allowing the jurors to determine their own schedule for deliberations. Hey, if I was a juror, I'd just say, hey, let's marathon this thing. I want to go home for 4th of July and get some yummy barbecue and see some fireworks and spend time with the friends and family. I'm trying to go home. Hey, let's deliberate all night. Let's get some coffee and go. Let's go. Let's read the documents. Let's go. So it's up to them. So we don't know what their jury schedules are going to be. They might only want to go a couple hours a day. They might say, hey, some days are tired, some are not. Marathon it. We still got gifted memberships coming in. Oh, I got to recognize new members here. Cheesy Mary with 5 gifted memberships. 5 more people, part of JLR's army. 5 more people, courtesy of Cheesy Mary. Thank you very much. Juan Martin, again, thank you for the 1 gifted membership, courtesy of Juan Martin, a new member of JLR Investigates. Bridget, 1 gifted membership. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very grateful. I want to acknowledge each and every one of you. If I missed anyone, I apologize. There's so many this morning. I've never seen anything like this. This is unprecedented. Unprecedented. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Slavic says 10 a.m. She's going to start. So they're on break. They're on break till 10 a.m. Jordan's going to be coming in 10 a.m. Looks like family members are there. Everyone's locked and loaded. Ready to go. It's crunch time. This is big. I can't wait. The way I'm reading it and everything like that, I try to visualize like I'm there in the courtroom. We're not there, but we're there. We're all here. We're all here. We are all here. Texas Chick. Thanks, everyone, for gifting subs. Magnolia and JLR, thank you for your coverage. So informative and entertaining. Thank you very much, Texas Chick. We love the great state of Texas. Been there numerous times. Oh, I'll tell you something crazy. I don't know if you guys remember yesterday. No, this is wild stuff. This is wild. Just want to say yesterday while we were in the late in the afternoon into the evening time, we were covering what they were doing in the court between the parties of what the jurors can hear and what they can't. We had some crazy thunderstorms here come through, and I don't know if you guys could hear it, but it was like pouring down rain and thunder. Actually had a tornado. There was a tornado in Largo, Florida, in Pinellas County. A tornado ripped through, destroyed a bunch of people's it was in some sort of trailer type park, because a lot in Florida has a lot of trailer parks for the elderly and everything like that. It just destroyed it, man. It's wild. So I knew something was in the sky. Look what we got. We got another van. This is the children. This is the children. This has to be the children, right? This has to be the children. I'm talking about the boys. This has to be the boys. This has to be the boys. Zakaria Wise. Thank you for the gifted membership. Another member, courtesy of TW. Thank you very much. Very grateful. Thank you. And welcome aboard, new member. Whoever that might be. Maine USA. Maine USA says, I had a feeling that his family will show up at the end to impress the jury. Yeah, me too. Me too. I did too. I was like, those daughters are going to be back. Now it looks like the sons. This looks like the sons. So first van comes. Well, I think Mama Combs is already in there. I think you would. I didn't see Mama Combs come in, but I would think Mama Combs. Then the daughters. Now the sons. Donna Moore, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Dana Trotter, thank you. Thank you. Stacy Reyes, thank you, Stacy. Thank you. We wouldn't be biting out our nails and laughing without you both, me and Magnolia. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so look, everybody's showing up today. That means the same people will probably show up tomorrow. All right, more family members coming in. More family members coming in. I'm assuming it's family. It looks like family. Everyone's piling up. They get that little catwalk there that they let them go through. The gates there. Step away, let the parties come. Tone down my voice a minute while we just listen in. Green Eyes Sparkle. Hi, Green Eyes. Thank you for the 5 gifted membership, Green Eyes. 5 new members of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Green Eyes Sparkle. Oh, hey, here we go. Here we go. Is it how many we got? 1. We got all of them. Here's the boys. No, not all of them. Where's Christian? All right, so it's not all of them. I didn't see Christian King Combs. Have you? Most of the family is there. Charlucci, yeah, Lucci has been bringing people in left and right. Lucci walks in with these family day in and day out. Come on in. So it is most of the family there, and possibly all of them are there. Daughters came, believe mom's there. Beginning this feed, someone else came in, centered around the family. Looked like some relatives. Could have been his sister. All right. So yeah. Whoa. It's a big deal. Big deal. A show of force. MB Designs Texas, thank you for being a member. Welcome. Joe Martinez. Thank you for the comment. Crazy Woman. Thank you for another gifted membership. Thank you. Crazy Woman. 1 gifted membership courtesy of Crazy Woman. Yes, we're all here. We're all here. Thank you so much, everyone. All right. Oh, look at that. Lobster. Big lobster. Crime Diaries with Nicole. Thank you for being a member. Welcome. Should we go? Should we, because we still got a few minutes before they get started. How about this? Drop where you're from. Check this out. Now, you guys, drop where you're from, your location, wherever you're from, where you're watching from. Remind the viewers of where you're from. Watch this. Look at all these locations. Watch the locations start piling in on the right of your screen, or however you're viewing the screen. Here it comes. Look at this. Look at all these locations. Look at all the locations. Oh my goodness. You are everywhere. Worldwide. United States. Worldwide. Holy mackerel. Look at this. There are so many of you from so many different parts of this beautiful earth. Look at that. That's the global impact that Diddy has. Everyone knows who Diddy is. Everybody knows who Diddy is. Worldwide. Worldwide. Look at that. Worldwide. There's a lot. Look. Oh my goodness. There's so many places. There's so many places. My eyes are just like glued on the screen looking at all your locations. A lot of your locations we've been to. A lot I haven't been to. This is really cool. This is really cool. This is memories that last a lifetime for us. We will always be remembering this trial and the coverage of this trial and all of you as we analyze the twists and turns of this. Wow. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So we're about to get started. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Peggy K says the ultimate verdict will depend on the jury's interpretation of the evidence and their understanding of the law. And that kind of goes with why the prosecution tried to abandon some of the theories here with the attempted kidnapping, the attempted arson. They don't want to confuse the jurors. They want to streamline the process. Big discussion yesterday whether charges got dropped or not. They did not get dropped. The 5 counts are still there. Just certain theories within the RICO, the prosecution's abandoning to streamline the process to the jury. Yeah, but the jury, yeah. It's up to the jury, the jurors. This RICO stuff is very, very complex. Welcome, Amanda Hall from Dallas, Texas. The great Dallas, Texas. Been to Dallas numerous times. And Fort Worth. All right. So the court met briefly before the start of closing arguments to go over any last-minute housekeeping. The government is expected to take about 4 hours to deliver its final argument on why the jury should convict Sean Combs of RICO, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. The defense will offer its closing speech on Friday morning, which will also take several hours. After which, the government will then have an opportunity to deliver a rebuttal. That's how it works. After that, the judge will instruct the jury on how to evaluate the charges against Combs. In other words, expect Thursday to be a short day, while Friday could go on longer. Don't forget, we got lunch today, so I'm thinking 10 to 3 today. 10 to 2, 10 to 3 today. They got lunch. Now, yesterday, the prosecution was actually arguing for the defense to start today, too, after they're done. They actually accused the defense of gamemanship when they were talking about they want to start tomorrow, as if it gives them time to evaluate what the prosecution said so they can come up with a strategy. Shapiro and the defense was like, well, the jurors, after lunch, they might get a little tired. And the judge ultimately agreed. But the judge was also saying we are pushing into the 4th of July. Shayna, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Me, thank you. Thank you for the, you got a member. You're a member. Yesterday. Courtesy of someone. Me, thank you. Little one, 5 gifted memberships, courtesy of Little one. Thank you. 5 more members. We are growing and growing and growing. The party don't stop. We're taking you all with us to the next adventure, wherever that may be. Wherever that may be. Wherever that may be. All right, so it seems like thinning out a little bit there, right? What do we got weather-wise? It's hot. It's been hot there the last couple of days. I don't think it's as hot today. Let's see. New York weather. We always do the New York weather. 77. So significantly cooler. Yeah, it's only going to 81 today with some clouds and sun. That's, humidity a little bit lower. That's good. That's some relief, right? If you're out there the last couple of days, almost 100 degrees. So you're 20 degrees cooler. And it looks like all next week, low to mid 80s. So that's tolerable. I don't like that 100 degrees. No way. Brutal. So a little bit better out there. One thing I noticed, though, none of the attorneys, none of the prosecutors, none of the parties, they have the microphones out there, but none of them have been coming out talking and giving a statement or saying anything. They all been pretty hush-hush. Don't want to share anything. Cindy, welcome. Amanda, Nat Campbell, welcome. Thank you for being members, you two. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're here. Let's see what happens here. They're saying, according to the Washington Post, Sean Combs made himself at home in the courtroom Wednesday during a very long and technical charging conference with the jury absent. The defendant kicked off his shoes at one point and wiggled his socked feet under the defense table as he read from a pile of documents on his lap. Oh, he was trying to get a little comfortable yesterday at the defense table. He kicked off his shoes. He's kicking back and relaxing. Judge, while we wait, Miss Comey, do we have the laptop ready? AUSA Comey, I'll defer to Miss Garagos. Laptop. But yeah, he kicked off his shoes yesterday. Garagos says we'll have it ready tomorrow. Judge, with only the admitted exhibits, I'll ask tomorrow. The laptop. Tomorrow. Historical moment about to go underway here. The closing. The closing. So we muted it down so we can understand what's going on. So I got all these screens on. 10:02 a.m. It's 10:06 now. I wonder what is in store today. All rise. And I also, what's going to be interesting down the line, expect jurors in this case to come forward if we get a verdict. What do we got? What are they doing? They're shifting around the cameras. What are they doing? Dun, dun, dun. We're going on a little tour. Where they going around the courthouse to see who shows up or what, or going in there and looking at the metal detectors on the right side of the screen. I've never seen this. We got to see what's happening here. Meantime, I am looking to see if we can get the latest updates on this case. They might be going around seeing who. Last thing we got is the laptop ready. I'll defer to Miss Garagos. Judge is making sure with only the admitted exhibits. Don't try to sneak in an exhibit. Don't try to sneak something in, Garagos. You could get big trouble with that if you try to sneak some more additional evidence in without going through the judge. With only the admitted, it's interesting the judge said that. With only the admitted exhibits. Crazy Woman with another gifted membership. Thank you very much, Crazy Woman. Another gifted membership courtesy of Crazy Woman. Thank you very much. Chaos Forever said, Diddy's skin is dry. Lack of baby oil. Okay, so they plant this on the side of the courthouse. Remember this? This is the one side. This is a side that they do come out sometimes. They'll probably expand it out. They'll probably smooth it out. Side of the courts. Look, who's parked out there? 500 Pearl Street, New York, New York. Jenny, thank you for being a member. Thank you very much. Angela Miller, 10 months you've been a member. I know. It's been a long time, Angela. See you all the time. Thank you. Love seeing your channel grow. Yes, we continue to grow. All rise. Here we go. All rise. All rise. Okay, they're saying tension in the air. Tension in the air has been reported by NBC News. They say several of Combs' family members took their seats in the second row of the courtroom as a nervous energy coursed through the courtroom. The two attorneys will deliver closings, defense attorney Mark and prosecutor Christy Slavic seemed to be cordial to one another on this tense day. They were spotted standing off in the corner sharing a laugh. Okay, so Mark and the prosecutor kind of laughing a little bit, so there's not really like, hey, really like craziness going on between them two, you know, stakes couldn't be as high as ever. But they're saying family members, nervous energy throughout that courtroom. That's what's being reported. All right, look at this. Judge, give your attention to the parties' closing arguments. Today will be shorter. The U.S. closings, tomorrow the defense, the rebuttal, my instructions, and begin deliberations. Dun, dun, dun. All right, so that's what we got. That's what we got. Nervous energy in that courtroom. That's what NBC is saying. Families all in there. Lines of family members inside that courtroom. Oh, we're already started. She's narrating it down right here. AUSA Slavic goes and starts her closing as saying, over the last few weeks, you've learned that Sean Combs is the leader of a criminal organization. He doesn't take no for an answer. Oh, he's into kidnapping, arson, forced labor. She's going to list the crimes. Interesting. Bribery of a security officer and the brutal crimes of sex trafficking. Whoa. And you notice, folks, the very first two crimes that she said was, look what she said. He's into kidnapping and arson. Very two crimes that she said that he's done. Kidnapping and arson. Forced labor. Bribery of a security officer. Yeah. Give me that tape. $100,000 in bag in an envelope. In an envelope. Consider two moments. March 16th at the Intercontinental Hotel. The defendant got violent with Cassie. You saw what happened. He dragged her back to the freak off. 2024 at Jane's house. The defendant choked her and hit her. She ran, couldn't get away. So, prosecution talking about those two violent incidents. One, Cassie at the Intercontinental Hotel in 216, and Jane getting assaulted at her own home, or Diddy's paid for home at $10,000 a month, about that June 2024 incident. So the prosecutor's just going right into it. And also said he dragged her back to the freak off. Slavic says these are chapters in the same book. These are chapters in the same book, the same Diddy book of RICO. These are just chapters. That's what the AUSA just said. These are chapters in a book. The defendant counted on silence and shame. Silence and shame. He thought that his fame and wealth and power put him above the law. His fame, wealth, and power above the law. Goes on to say, over the last 7 weeks, you've heard how he used his staff to promote his power. No one could stop him. Wow. Woo! Man, I wish I could be listening to this in the courtroom. That's where she's going. So much. So much. That's rich. So much. So much. But interesting that she started out by literally saying arson and kidnapping, which yesterday all the media was like, "Wow, those charges got dropped." The attempted theory got dropped, but kidnapping and arson stays. Woo! Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial, folks. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. Over the last 7 weeks, you've heard how he used his staff to promote his power. No one could stop Diddy. No one. Who could stop Diddy? Not even KK. Bengal Mom, thank you very much for the gifted membership. Thank you. Thank you. Very grateful. One new member courtesy of Bengal Mom with the cat. Jean Ann. Oh, Jean Ann said he might have a Tootsie Roll, but he's got big gum balls. Taking his shoes off. Good grief. Give your attention. And there's a lot of comments coming in on the right. I'll read some in a bit. In the meantime, I want to stay with this, right? I want to stay with this powerful opening thus far. Very, very powerful. Opening, closing. All right. She goes on to say, we'll talk about RICO, including sex trafficking and transportation for prostitution. This is exactly. Which are also separately charged as standalone crimes. That is important. And I was discussing this. This is important. What she just said here. This is huge. And I was talking to Magnolia yesterday about this. I said, Magnolia, he can be found not guilty of RICO, but still be found guilty for the prostitution and the other crimes, right? The transportation for prostitution and the sex crimes alone, because they're standalone crimes. And those crimes itself have minimum mandatories of 15 years, at least. So even if they don't prove the RICO, the jurors could find him guilty in just sex trafficking and transportation alone, because they are separately charged as standalone crimes. You may have heard of racketeers. When someone commits a crime as a part of a group, they are more dangerous. These words. Woo! Woo! Dangerous. Standalone crime. So, folks, again, you might have jurors out there that might say, well, we can't prove the RICO, whatever, like that. But what about the sex trafficking? What about the transportation for prostitution? Stand-alone crimes. He could be found guilty on on count 2, 3, 4, and 5 and not guilty on 1. They're standalone crimes. And those crimes could pretty much put them in with the enhancements and the relevant conduct, which we'll talk about later on. Relevant conduct, remember that. Relevant conduct could trigger a life sentence on that without the RICO. It literally could. Brutal. Brutal. 2 minutes ago, Washington Post says he doesn't take no for an answer. AUSA Christy Slavic said as she began the government's closing argument in the Fed racketeering and sex trafficking case against Diddy Combs. She was quoting the influential music producer's former assistant, Brendan Paul, who testified during the trial. Slavic described Combs as a leader of a criminal enterprise who forced and threatened his girlfriends to have sex with escorts for his own entertainment. The defendant used power, violence, and fear to get what he wanted. Power, violence, and fear to get what he wanted. Powerful. A group of people whose purpose was to serve and protect the defendant. KK, damage control, protect, D-Rock, Paulie, Rubin, Mr. Bonds, Fahim, and others. A group of people whose purpose was to serve and protect the defendant. Also Jonathan Perez, Brandon Paul, George Kaplan, David James. We need to show at least 2 racketeering crimes. 2. That's it. Easy. Easy. Going back one step, it's his kingdom. Everyone was there to serve him, fulfilling all of his desires, including his sexual desires. The defendant was the head of the Combs enterprise. The defendant was the head of the Combs enterprise. There was an inner circle. His chief of staff and his bodyguards. The names changed, but the roles remain the same. You've heard about KK, Combs's right brain. She lived in 2-star. Oh my goodness. Oh. The prosecution called KK Diddy's right brain. He's in trouble. KK, you out there? And the prosecutor called her KK, like we do, KK. That's why I've been saying this whole trial. I don't really say her name very much. I just refer to her as KK. The prosecutor said, "You've heard of KK. KK." Maybe the prosecutor's watching this channel because they're like, yeah, that's it. That just call her KK. KK. And she also lived at 2-star. She was there. His right brain. Bodyguards the left brain. The right brain. Dude, that's like literally putting her just on his level. The right brain, dude. That's literally putting her on the same level as him. This is insane. Goes on. She communicated with the defendant's girlfriends, his security. You heard their names. Every name that we've been saying. D-Rock, Bonds, Rubin, Uncle Paulie, Fahim. Holy smokes. You know what she just said? We'll put it up on the screen. They were armed and ready. Remember the incident at the diner with Suge Knight? David James told you Combs had guns. Whoa. Whoa. Yo, the prosecutor's putting these people on blast. James told you Combs had guns. Goes on to say, whew. In the search, law enforcement found guns, including a rifle with the serial number defaced in LA. 2 AR-15s with their serial numbers cut out in the defendant's closet. You also have the rotating cast of assistants paid by the defendant's businesses. Yo. This is wild, ladies and gentlemen. Rotating cast of assistants. So the prosecution has name dropped literally KK, D-Rock, Bonds, Rubens, Uncle Paulie, Fahim. And now the prosecutor is saying there is a rotating cast of assistants. But the prosecution's like, that is his inner circle in reference to KK, D-Rock, Bonds, Ruben, and Uncle Paulie and Fahim. Fahim Muhammad, Mr. Fix-It. We got Brendan Paul now. Brendan Paul said he made $100K a year. Dun, dun, dun. Listen to this. KK made 6 times that. We got KK salary. $600,000 a year for KK. We were asking, what was KK's salary? We were suggesting could be $500,000. KK made $600,000 a year. When your boss asks you to buy drugs, you're committing a crime. When your boss asks you to buy drugs, you're committing a crime. Boom. When Diddy buys an escort or pays for an escort, Cassie and Jane, he's committing a crime. Same thing with the drugs here. Ooh, look at this. Look at this. Incoming. When your boss asks you to buy drugs, you're committing. Goes on to say, The law does not require us to know that they liked committing these crimes. You saw KK hiding the defendant, chiding the defendant not to be so reckless. But she got him cash, drugs. She was a member of the enterprise. It impacted interstate commerce. Minimal is fine. This is rich. This is powerful, folks, and we're putting up some of your comments. This is powerful on all these levels. It's almost as if like the prosecution has been listening to all of you in this chat for the last 6 or so weeks. Just the fact alone that Diddy was having his assistants get drugs, that is a crime. And she's going to do this. She's going to say the same thing when they were getting those entertainers, escorts, prostitutes. That alone is a crime. "2025 says KK said she knew nothing, not a thing. KK is in big, big trouble, if not already indicted. This was reported 1 minute ago by the Washington Post. It says AUSA Christy Slavic laid out a roadmap of her closing arguments for the jury Thursday morning. She is first covering the crimes the defendant is charged with. Then she'll talk about how the evidence fits those crimes. Combs knowingly became a member. He was the boss. He was the through line. The racketeering acts, distribution of drugs. Also, I want to let y'all know it's being reported as she's talking, relevant photos, quotes, clothes, and pieces of evidence are being shown to the juror. So they're also seeing some sort of something on their screens as she's explaining the crimes. Kidnapping, arson, bribery, facilitating sex trafficking of Cassie and Jane, forced labor, travel for commercial sex, cover up. My goodness. Slavic said that while the charges is often associated with the mafia or organized crime, it firmly applies to the illegal activity she alleges Sean Combs and his loyalists carried out. You only need to find that someone would commit 2 acts in any of these categories. 2 acts. It could be 2 acts of drug distribution, 1 kidnapping, just 2. You have far more than just 2. Let's start with drugs. An essential ingredient of freak-offs. Whoa. The law recognizes that when someone commits a crime as part of a group, they're more powerful and more dangerous, she told the juror. That's what happened here. The defendant is a very powerful man, but he became more powerful and more dangerous because of the support of his inner circle and his businesses, the enterprise. she's saying the associates with him made him even more powerful. The enterprise. The most involved were D-Rock, KK, and Fahim. But others helped keep the drug supply high. There you go right there. There's your top of the totem pole right there. Diddy, D-Rock, KK, and Fahim. We're not talking about marijuana, but what Brendan Paul called hard drugs. There are stipulations of the drugs found in the searches. So what she's saying is basically Brendan Paul's testimony was very important here. Drugs. Hard drugs. So much. Yeah, so D-Rock, Fahim, KK, Diddy. 4 people right there. They're the top. They're the top. Magnolia put there. Christy Slavic is doing the closing argument, not Comey. An army of young and eager assistants on Combs's payroll did not need to know about all the crimes taking place around them to be considered part of the enterprise. That's what Slavic argued on Thursday. Slavic said foot soldiers working under Combs, some of whom testified, may not have known about all the crimes the defendant was committing, but they played an important role in helping his criminal scheme. Drugs, cocaine, meth, oxy, ketamine, mushrooms, Molly, pink cocaine. It's 1305 and 1306. So she's describing hard drugs. The quantities are not relevant. It's not an element of this crime. Distribution does not require a sale. She's laying it out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's wait to see what she says next. She goes on to say, you know the names of the drug dealers by now. Guido, One Stop, Baby Girl. One Stop appears to be LA based. Guido appears to be Miami based. And we've heard from Baby Girl, unclear where area she's from, but Guido seems he's East Coast. One Stop West Coast. Jane told you that on 2 occasions she was told to bring drugs when she flew to meet him. She coordinated with KK. It's corroborated by text messages. Whoa. This is coming out rapid fire. all corroborated by text messages. Jane and KK. All right, so we're waiting here for the next information to come out, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. KK told Jane to swing by Mapleton to pick up the Guido package. He was called during hotel nights. So we know what the Guido package was. More ecstasy. The security team knew what it was. Guido texted Fahim. Puff has a $450 balance with me. So she went out and said, KK told Jane to swing by Mapleton, his LA home, to pick up the Guido package. The Guido package consists of ecstasy. The security team knew what the Guido package was. Guido texted Fahim. Brendan Paul asked for $780 for personal Gucci items. That is hard drugs. Drugs were distributed. It doesn't matter he wasn't buying kilos or selling them. Personal use is just a distraction. They bought and distributed to people around them. She goes on to say, like she was saying, it doesn't matter he wasn't buying kilos or selling them. They bought and distributed to people around them. Drugs used for these freak-offs. Yes, that is crazy. She is literally describing the role of the enterprise. And I'm totally in this. I don't know if you are. I am listening to every single word here. But all this evidence for the last 6 weeks, she's packaging all in with this closing. It's very powerful. It's fire. It's fire what she's saying here. She goes on to say, look at this. Cassie used drugs at every freak off. Supplied by the defendant. He introduced Jane to drugs. Gave them to her at all but one hotel night. So the AUSA is saying that Cassie used drugs at every freak off. Every freak off. Cassie used drugs. Supplied by Diddy. He introduced Jane to drugs. Gave them to her at all but one freak off hotel night. He gave drugs to Carrie Morgan and Bana. He made Brendan Paul try pink cocaine to see if it was good. He gave drugs to Carrie Morgan and Bana. He made sure his assistant, Brendan Paul, tried the pink cocaine to see if it was good. D-Rock would text One Stop. Need to see someone for bro. That is the defendant. Guido asked Fahim to cover the defendant's drug debt. KK knew he was distributing drugs to the woman for the Wild King Nights. The AUSA summarizing, everyone knew what they were doing here. In this, KK and the bodyguards and Diddy. Everyone knew their role. Everyone knew what they were doing. The communication with these drug dealers like Guido and One Stop. Baby Girl's probably going to be mentioned more about her role. And you notice the prosecution claims that Cassie was on drugs during every freak off. And Jane was on drugs for everyone except one. The prosecutor said. And Diddy introduced both those victims to drugs. Hard drugs. Jane told KK she was having a bad come down. KK gives pro tips how to deal with it. Plain and simple, this is drug distribution. KK gives pro tips on how to deal with it. How about the kidnappings? Now we're getting into the kidnappings. They committed them both under California and New York law. Consider Cassie. Bonds made her stay put. This is like a story. This is just like a story. This is, I'm in suspense here. Holy smokes. She's summarizing everything that was discussed in the last 6 weeks. Brilliantly laying it out. This is wild, folks. CNN puts out a report. Prosecution tells jury to find Combs conspired to commit racketeering. Look at this. The defendant called Cassie a slut. Excuse my language. I believe that's he stomped on her face. She was disfigured. Roger Bonds caught her and brought her back. Kidnapping. Arguably also say false imprisonment. The defendant made her go to the London hotel on Sunset. No one saw her. She wanted to go home to her mom, but no. Wasn't allowed. She was kidnapped, held against her will by Diddy and his people. Keep the comments coming in the right side of the screen. We're watching it. We'll review these in a bit. This is very powerful. That's going on right now before our eyes. And it's coming out pretty quickly here. I mean, the biggest thing that stuck out to me so far is just how the prosecution is saying KK is like right there with him on this. She's the right brain of this, with his bodyguards. Part of this too is that's his inner circle, and some of his employees would come and go, and all these crimes committed, racketeering acts, drug distribution, kidnapping, arson, bribery, facilitating sex trafficking, forced labor, travel for commercial sex, the cover-up. Another thing that stuck out to me is basically saying the other two crimes that he's charged with are standalone crimes. But right now we're getting into the kidnapping element of the RICO, kidnapping. The drugs, they were talking about distributing drugs. I think the prosecution finished on that, and now it's going into the kidnapping element of the RICO. So again, she's going to lay out all these crimes within the RICO. Do you think, ladies and gentlemen, that she just her alone talking about drug distribution, does that fall under RICO? Do you think she just proved that? I do. Just on the drug distribution alone. That's where she started, the drug distribution of the RICO. Drug dealers, people, how they gave drugs to Jane, Cassie. I think that's been proven. AUSA, this is into the kidnapping. It's clear Cassie did not consent to staying in the London hotel. David James, remember him? Testified the defendant demanded to see his search history. If he had posted that the defendant assaulted Cassie in the club. Then there's Capricorn Clark. They made her take a lie detector test for days in an empty office building in Manhattan. This was 2004. She was holding expensive jewelry that went missing. Uncle Paulie took her to the future headquarters of Bad Boy. She was tested for 5 lies. Goes on to say, getting into Capricorn Clark now. Capricorn Clark. So it just went with Cassie being held against her will. Now we're getting into Capricorn Clark. This is the incident. I think it was 1750 Broadway, wasn't it? A warehouse near the East River. Jewelry went missing. Diddy wanted to make sure Capricorn Clark had nothing to do with it. Uncle Paulie took her there. The man administering the test told her if she failed, she would end up in the East River. In Central Park, the defendant told her if anything happened, he'd have to kill her. David James remembers this. He was tested too to get the rat out of the team. Wasn't it true also with Capricorn Clark? If she didn't take the lie detector test, she would also be thrown in the river. So it wasn't just if you fail it, you're going to be thrown in the East River. But if you don't take this or pass this, you don't take it because she couldn't take it. Her nerves take multiple days. In December of 2011, Rubin helped the defendant kidnap Capricorn Clark. It started on December 22nd, 2011. The defendant banged on Capricorn Clark's door with a gun. He was out for revenge. He barked an order at Capricorn. Get dressed. We're going to kill Kid Cudi. Now we're in California now. Before with the other one, it was in New York. So technically, it was 2 times Capricorn Clark was kidnapped. Get dressed. We're going to go kill Kid Cudi. That's Diddy telling Capricorn Clark, get dressed. We're going to go kill Kid Cudi. They drove to Kid Cudi's house. The defendant had a gun in his lap. This was kidnapping. He moved her a substantial distance. The defendant said he wouldn't let her go and told her until she brought him to Cassie, who he kicked when she arrived into a fetal position. Kidnapping. But the prosecution, going back a little bit, the prosecution is literally saying that Diddy told Capricorn Clark, get dressed. We're going to kill Kid Cudi. We're going to kill him. We're going to kill Kid Cudi. very, very powerful testimony so far by the AUSA. Powerful closing. We're going to stay with this. We're going to stay with this, and then we'll review the other stuff as it's coming out. Holy moly. Let me know what you think in the comments here. This is powerful. Mafia boss. That's what the prosecution is painting the picture, that Diddy is a mafia boss. A violent, dangerous mafia boss. We're into the crimes of kidnapping right now. Part of the RICO. She's going to lay out other crimes. She's going to lay out more and more crimes within the RICO. We're only on the RICO aspect. Kidnapping, arson, forced labor, bribery of a security officer, and the brutal crimes of sex trafficking. And now we're into the kidnapping, soon to be arson. Goes on to say, Cassie, who was with Kid Cudi that morning, testified about this. Look at this. Incoming. The officer who responded to the 911 call, he saw the black Escalade registered to Bad Boy at the scene, or in the area right there by the house. We took the license plate. But look at this. Look at this. Then on January 12th, 2012, the defendant had Kid Cudi's car set on fire. Arson. The prosecutor just told the jury that Diddy had Kid Cudi's car set on fire and said arson. Someone cut a hole in the roof of Kid Cudi's car and dropped in a Molotov cocktail. Look at this. We're not suggesting the defendant cut the hole. He didn't even buy his own soup. You heard the voice notes. He said he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car. Interesting. He didn't even buy his own soup. You heard the voice notes. I mean, that's pretty brutal right there. It's like he didn't even buy his own soup. That's brutal. He didn't even buy his own soup. That's crazy right there. I know y'all are seeing that too in the chat. But they're saying on the voice notes, he said he was going to blow up his car. So he said it in voice notes, then it happens. The prosecution is saying, we're not suggesting he cut the hole. AUSA goes on. Put it up on the screen. Powerful. Powerful. What are the odds? He says it and it happened. The coincidences just keep on coming. The defendant and Ruben just happened to be there a few weeks before. Kid Cudi was driving the Porsche the night of the trespass. What are the odds? So she's saying, what are the odds? He just happens to say it before that he's going to blow up, and it happens. What are the odds? And they were there just before watching Kid Cudi beforehand and seeing Cudi in the push. What are the odds? This is good. Now, this is really, really, it's like a bedtime story. The bedtime story talk here. I just want to share something here. Sean Combs and his inner circle participated in hundreds of acts of drug distribution. And that alone is enough to find him guilty of the racketeering conspiracy, the prosecutor told the jury. Hundreds of acts of drug distribution. That alone is enough to find him guilty of racketeering conspiracy. She went through the drug distribution. Now she's getting into the kidnapping. And now she did the kidnapping. Now she's doing the arson. But it's like, we'll keep on this. We'll stay on this and we'll talk. We'll talk in a bit. Powerful stuff. What are the odds? Prosecutor says. There's more. Kid Cudi had conflicts with no one except Diddy. Then D-Rock brought Kid Cudi to the defendant, who was looking like a Marvel super villain. Years later, the defendant, Sean P. Diddy Combs, apologizes to Kid Cudi. That's when they made their peace. Remember? Made their peace. Years later. Now, there's bribery. We're getting into the bribery of the RICO. The 216 video. It's okay. Now we're getting into the Intercontinental hotel incident and what transpired before the assault and the video itself. Here we go. The defendant was having a freak-off with Cassie and one of the escorts, Jules. Flores found the defendant sitting in a chair with what he called a devilish stare. So the prosecutor is saying they were having a freak-off with Jules. In the room, he saw another man. The defendant tried to hand Flores a stack of bribery. We're getting into the bribery aspect. RICO bribery. Slavic goes on to say, it was his first attempt at a bribe that day. As Cassie leaves, Combs starts damage control. The judge, we had a power issue. Mic check. Everyone's mic's working. Hello. Yes. All right. Mics are working. Some sort of power issue. In the middle of this, they had a power issue, but now it's back on track. He called Cassie over a dozen times. The text. Call me. Cops are here. Call me. The cops were here. They weren't there. He's just trying to trick her. Right? Remember that? Cassie got away. Starts blowing up her phone. Oh, he was just manipulating her. But the defendant knew he couldn't be arrested. There was a video of the assault. He went and banged on Cassie's door with a hammer. Neighbors were going to call the police. They did, in fact, go. Kerry Morgan had that LAPD card. So the police did go. The police went. Diddy went and banged on Cassie's door with a hammer. By the way, this is the prosecutor on the screen here. This is Slavic. This is the prosecutor who is giving her closing. So that's who she is, just so everyone knows. This is the prosecutor. Got a picture of her just so you can visualize here who's speaking. Diddy went and banged on Cassie's door with a hammer. Neighbors were going to call the police. They did, in fact, go. Here comes KK. Incoming KK. KK suggests, say they had a fun drink night. That's what she suggests. She calls and reaches out to Eddie Garcia, who testified. Eddie says no. Then KK shows up in person. They got to get this tape. AUSA. He won't show her, but says off the record, the video is bad. It's bad, KK. It's bad. KK then has Diddy call Eddie on Eddie's personal phone. How the heck did you people get my number? Here comes more bribery. They need that tape. They need that tape. They need to get that tape in their possession. They track down the security guard, Eddie, who has access to the tape. KK's trying her best. Not working on Eddie, but Eddie does tell her it's bad. So then KK gets Diddy to call Eddie up on his personal phone. Now we're getting into, we want this tape. How much? How much? Eddie goes to his boss. Remember that? Once Eddie says his boss will do it for $50,000, the defendant calls Eddie my angel. Hey, Eddie, my angel. That's how he saved in the cell phone. Ooh, Eddie, my angel, in the cell phone. Eddie goes to deliver the USB. D-Rock and KK are there. The defendant counted out dollar by dollar the bribery. And you notice something here, what was just said. Whatever phones were seized, they still had Eddie, my angel, listed in the contacts. Eddie, my angel. The defendant counted out dollar by dollar the bribe. Bribery. The tape. This is so good. Really, this is good. Because we know this entire storyline if you've been here for the last 6 weeks. She's just narrating it and put it all down into it. She's summarizing it. Could be for 4 hours. Drugs have been talked about. Kidnapping has been talked about. Arson has been talked about. Now bribery within the RICO. But as the Washington Post reported, the prosecutor told the jury in reference to just the drugs of the RICO, just the drugs, hundreds of acts of drug distribution have occurred. And that alone is enough to find him guilty on the RICO without the kidnapping, without the arson, without what you're listening to now, the bribe. Just the drug distribution, the act, hundreds. That enough is to get him convicted on the RICO. All you need is 2 acts. AUSA Slavic. Eddie told you the security guard told him he came up with the defendant. That was D-Rock. Eddie asked the defendant, what if Cassie calls the police? So the defendant knew. Eddie finds the ID of stand-in for Flores. NDAs are signed. Don't speak to anyone. I bet you she's going to say, watch how you spend it, too. Because that stuck out to me. The way Diddy told Eddie, watch how you spend that money to stay under the radar, because it's a lot of money. But watch the prosecutor say that. We'll see. We'll see. NDAs are signed. Don't speak to anyone. This is number 4 act, or this is the number 4 theory within the RICO. Again, we heard from distribution of drugs. We heard kidnapping. We heard arson. Now we're in the bribery. Now we're in the bribery. Don't speak to anyone. Of course, the defendant was behind this. Slavic says of the arson involving Kid Cudi's car. Of course. Inner City Press is saying that Diddy, while this is going on, Diddy has pushed his chair back away from the defense table and is looking around. No one's going to help you, Diddy. You have to deal with this. You chose this route. Of course the defendant was behind this. Now it shouldn't come as a surprise to you that we're not suggesting the defendant personally cut the hole in Kid Cudi's Porsche. AUSA goes on about this bribe. About the bribe. AUSA says paying for silence is influencing testimony. In their opening, the defense suggested it was just about bad publicity. In reality, she's probably going to say it was about him getting the tape so the police don't get access to it, to arrest him. Nothing to do with bad publicity. The sole purpose. Arrest, then comes bad publicity. I'll say that. Bribery. Paying for silence is influencing testimony. So to me, right now, bribery has been proven, drug trafficking has been proven, kidnapping has been proven, arson has been proven. That's my opinion. It's 4. We haven't gotten into the sex trafficking yet. I mean, whew, this is crazy. So the government, going back to the drugs, again, hundreds of acts of drug distribution happened between Diddy and his inner circle, distributing drugs to the victims during these freak-offs. Prosecution's saying hundreds of acts. All you have to do is they have to show that he did it twice. That would meet the criteria for RICO conspiracy under federal law. Just 2. Within the drugs. But if the jury finds him guilty not only on the RICO with the drug distribution, but the kidnapping, the arson, and other things like that, enhancements keeps raising the RICO penalties higher and higher and higher because we have multiple other crimes here. Bribery. We're at the bribery aspect of the RICO. This is wild. Woo! All right, so this is kind of one of the biggest lulls that we have so far. What's your thoughts? Keep them coming into the right side of the screen. She's laying this off like a crime novel. Dude, I feel like I'm there. Tension is high. Probably can't even hear a pin drop in that courtroom. You can't even hear a pin drop there. Seriously, this is heavy. Heavy. One thing that stuck out to me, she's flat out saying that, get dressed, we're going to go kill Kid Cudi. Could almost arguably say attempted murder. Attempted murder. I don't know if they even have that on a federal statute, on a private citizen. It's crazy. It's pretty good. It's coming out rapid fire, though. $11:30, folks. Combs has pushed his chair, had his chair pushed way back from the defense table and is looking around. Better not be looking at the jury like that. He was told he could. My goodness. This is huge, folks. All right, we're waiting for the update here. I'll just read the CNN report real quick while we're here on the bribery aspect. Prosecutors say Combs tried to bribe security guard after assaulting Cassie Ventura. AUSA Slavic is now addressing acts of bribery executed by Sean Diddy Combs and his enterprise. In March 2016, after Combs assaulted Cassie in the elevator lobby at the Intercontinental Hotel, Combs tried to bribe the responding security guard with a stack of money. Israel Flores testified that he declined the money from Combs at the time when he responded to the scene and escorted Ventura out of the hotel room. He didn't know the defendant had just beaten Cassie in a public area of the hotel. But the defendant knew what he did. Slavic said of Combs' attempted bribe. After Ventura left the hotel, Combs and his staff started damage control. He called Ventura over a dozen times and texted her repeatedly at one point, falsely telling her that he was being arrested. That was a lie. The police were never involved in the altercation, but Slavic told the jury Combs was manipulating Ventura. The defendant knew what he had done and knew the potential consequences. He knew that he could be arrested if the police knew he had did that to Cassie at the hotel. Later in the day, KK, Combs' chief of staff, and Combs' security guard at the time, D-Rock, began working to clean up the situation. They tracked down the video surveillance of that and then eventually bribed the guard. Slavic. Police involvement would hurt him. That's why they're saying it's a bribe. Because of getting rid of the tape, police would be involved. It would hurt him. The two are connected. The next racketeering predicate is sex trafficking. We're getting into sex trafficking. Defendant's inner circle assisted, whether they wanted to or not. Threats, drugs, lies, and illegal violence to make them have sex with escorts. This is not an attempt to criminalize dysfunctional relationships or personal sexual behavior. They did not want to have sex with strangers while the defendant masturbated. They were covered in oil and sore over and over again. Check this out right here coming out. We're not asking you to find that every hotel night or freak off was sex trafficking or even the majority. You only need to find the elements were met one time. One freak off. One. That's it. He's guilty. But it was way more than once. Holy smokes, folks. Do you hear what the prosecution just told the jury? We're not asking you to find that every hotel night or freak off was sex trafficking or even the majority. You only need to find the elements were met one time. One freak off. That's it. He's guilty. One. That's it. By law. One. Only one. Out of how many freak offs? So done. Just one. But emphasize, it was way more than once. This is crazy. All right, thoughts. Keep them coming. I'm reading your comments and looking at them on the side of the screen while we wait for the latest. That is huge in my book. It's literally game over. Let's start with Jane. Turn off the public screens, all right? So we got something. It's being turned off. I mean, she told the jury, you only need to find the elements were met one time. One freak off, she says. Only in one. Ooh, interesting. Combs still in his chair, passed back from the defense table. So he's back. He got the defense table. He's pushed back, at which Xavier Donaldson and Alexandra Shapiro have their chins in their hands. Know what I mean? Consider the sobriety part. Sobriety party. And in Jane's house. The sobriety party. One last sobriety party. Remember that? All right, we're on Jane right now. Jane. So interesting, they start with Jane first before Cassie in reference to the sex trafficking element of the RICO. Let's start with Jane. I think that's a good strategy. Because I think out of both victims, you could arguably say Jane is the weakest link out of both of them. So start with Jane, get that over with, then go to Cassie. All right, Jane. Jane's house. The sobriety party. Let's start with the love bombing stage. We heard the word love bombing. Love bombing stage. A lot of people in the chat, love bombing, love bombing. Goes on to say, let's start with the love bombing stage. Jane was head over heels. They traveled to the Caribbean. Dr. Hughes talked about this. Goes on to say, she never met with any witness, but it was like she knew them. Love bombing is a tactic. He was grooming her. That's what just was said here. He was grooming her. Love bombing is a tactic. He gave Jane ecstasy. She fell to the ground convulsing. And it like baby oils and red lights. Then, introduced in May 2021, she wanted to please her partner. She was high. The defendant had a freak-off set up that very night. An escort came. Now, going back to love bombing, folks, the beginning of the stage. Love bombing is a manipulative tactic often used at the beginning of relationships to quickly establish intense affection and create dependence. It involves showering someone with excessive attention, compliments, gifts, and declarations of love. The initial rush of affection can be intoxicating to make the recipient feel special and adored. However, the true purpose behind love bombing is to gain power and control. Love bombers aim to overwhelm their targets, making them feel indebted and isolated them from friends and family. So the prosecution just said with Jane that Diddy love bombed her. At the beginning, it was his tactic. He groomed her. He gave Jane ecstasy. She wanted to please her partner. She was high. The defendant had a freak off set off that very night. An escort came. We'll keep putting this up on the screen. Jane was excited by the first experience. She didn't realize she had opened up a Pandora's box. It became 90% of their relationship. For a while, she went along. Then she told him she wanted it to stop. There are texts about this. Screens off. So they're showing texts. But the prosecution accused Diddy and saying Diddy groomed Jane. He was grooming her. We'll share what has been said so far. He gave Jane ecstasy. She fell to the ground, convulsing. The defendant liked baby oil and red lights. Then introduced in May 2021, she wanted to please her partner. She was high. The defendant had a freak off set up that very night, and an escort came. Jane was excited by that first experience. She didn't realize she had opened a Pandora's box. She testified about that, the Pandora's box. It became 90% of their relationship. For a while, she went along. Then she told him she didn't want it to stop. Then she told him she wanted it to stop. Remember, no means no. No means no. No means no. There are texts about this. Jane wrote, I wanted to do things outside these rooms, to travel with you. The defendant ignored Jane's discomfort. Goes on to say, those hotel nights were not about what Jane wanted. They were about what the defendant wanted to see. He decided how long. All about Diddy, what he wanted, disregarding her discomfort. Goes on to say, Jane said if she was going to have sex with strange men, she should choose which. The defendant made her ask them for nude photos. These were not for her. Oh. Look at that. Look at that right there. Look at those last two sentences. The defendant made her ask them for nude photos. These were not for her. Well, who were they for? Oh, you know, it's for Diddy. When she asked to use condoms, the defendant was not happy. He was dismissive and condescending. She would try to have it go faster. He'd order her to slow down. It was about what he wanted. He dangled carrots. He gave her gifts and money. He lied to her repeatedly. She asked, when are we going to do a getaway? He said they both go on a yacht, but didn't. Here's the fraud aspect. Coercion, fraud. It's the fraud aspect. Force, fraud, or coercion. There's the fraud right there at the end. That's fraud. One element. Fraud. Fraud right there. Here's what Jane wrote in her notes app. I don't want to have you use me to fulfill your freaky, wild desires in hotel rooms. He used his payment of her rent as leverage. The carrot turned into a stick. She wrote, the threats and innuendo are non-stop. Goes on. Powerful stuff, ladies and gentlemen. We're on just Jane with the sex trafficking of the Rico. He paid for her veneers because he didn't like her teeth. then said, look at the roof over her head and your pretty mouth and teeth. He wanted the all-star party, sex with 3 men. She sent him a photo of her period blood. This is crazy. But it goes even more crazy. Look at this. While she's talking, check this out, folks. This is being reported by NBC News. While she's talking about Jane, jurors reminded of men hired for hotel nights and freak-offs. The prosecution showed jurors 27 headshots of men hired for sex during Combs' freak-offs and hotel nights. The images, shown in 9 rows of 3, served to remind the panel that Combs allegedly hired sex workers to perform with his girlfriends while he watched them from a short distance away. Videotaping, it just showed 27 headshots of men while she's explaining. 27 headshots. 27 men. That's crazy. All right, goes on to say, they're playing a voice note now. They're playing the jurors a voice of Diddy right now. And in this voice, it's Diddy's voice. And he says, I'm about to really disappear on you. I don't have no time for this, baby girl. You got me on my job. You got to get on your job. Oh, the jurors just heard Diddy say the following words. I'll say that again. I'm about to really disappear on you. I don't have no time for this, baby girl. You got me on my job. You got to get on your job. AUSA says that message couldn't be clearer. Not going to take no for an answer. Holy mackerel. I mean, the prosecution is laying this out. Precision. Wonder what Diddy's thinking right now. This is crazy, ladies and gentlemen. And we're just into Jane. Diddy's not going to take no for an answer. It was Diddy's own voice. All right, so Inner City Press also said, for those that are asking, the AUSA is looking down and reading her closing statement from a binder on a lectern. So there's a binder here. Now we're getting into Jane and reaction to Cassie's lawsuit. After reading Cassie's lawsuit, Jane writes to the defendant, "I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma." Remember, she testified about that? "2 of my birthdays, you forced me." Wow. 2 of my birthdays, you forced me. Eventually, she broke off with him. Remember, for the few months before Diddy reeled her back in February of 2024. 2 of my birthdays, you forced me. Remember Cassie's birthday too, right? I think it was her 29th birthday. "2 of my birthdays, you forced me." She goes on and writes, Jane writes, I'll put this up. Now, Jane's going off here. Jane wrote, "You gaslit me. It was sexual exploitation you framed as love for your sick fetishes." The defendant called her and tried to trick her into saying it was all consented to. He fed her a false narrative. Listen to this clip. He talked over her. So now they're playing another voice clip of Diddy. But Jane said, "You gaslit me. You gaslit me." It was sexual exploitation you framed as love for your sick fetishes. The defendant called her and tried to trick her into saying it was all consented to. He fed her a false narrative. Now they're playing his voice. Slavic goes on to say, "Dr. Hughes told you how a victim is trauma bonded to her abuser. Jane often felt the defendant didn't listen to the truth. She said Sean would just say, to move on. He told her to charge him, that lawyers would be involved, to buy her silence. I like how she puts in Dr. Hughes' assessment on trauma bonding. So going back just for a second, prosecutor plays audio message Combs sent Jane when she pushed back on a hotel night. And this was in August of 2023. In a voice recording of Combs, Combs said, "Ain't nobody threatening you," but also said Jane was in for a rude awakening. "You better get on your job. You got me on my job." Jane testified that she knew he meant that she needs to consent to hotel nights because he was paying her rent. "He may say it's not a threat, but the message couldn't be more clear," the prosecutor said. "Threatening to take away her home could turn a no into a yes. That's coercion, and it worked." Prosecutor played an audio message Sean Diddy Combs sent Jane in August 2023 when she was pushing back on a hotel night Combs wanted to plan with 3 entertainers. "Ain't nobody threatening you," Diddy said, but also said Jane was in for a rude awakening. He said, "You better get on your job, and you got me on my job." Jane testified that she knew he meant that she needs to consent to hotel nights because he was paying her rent. "He may say it's not a threat, but the message couldn't have been clearer. Threatening to take away her home could turn a no into a yes. That's coercion, and it worked." Prosecutors go on to say, at the time after the Cassie's lawsuit, when Jane was confronting him and all that, so she asked for $100,000 a year for her to move on. She thought it was reasonable, far less than Cassie. The defendant went ballistic. Goes on to say, she refused to adopt her false narrative. You could read the text message. And they're on the screen right now for the jurors. Here we go into the extortion of Jane. Extortion right here. Incoming extortion. Jane wrote that the defendant was going to show her sex tapes to the father of her child. And you know who that is. Then he reached out and told her to come see him in Miami. She makes it clear he doesn't want a hotel night. He says, okay. Despite his promise, he called an escort. Coercion, lies, fraud, trickery, you name it. Threats, blackmail, extortion. Here are more threats about the rent. Jane writes, I hate worrying about the rent. This is in 2024. It's all culminated in June of 2024. He assaulted her and forced her to perform oral sex on an escort. This is sex trafficking. All right, I think we might be moving to Cassie next. This is sex trafficking. Powerful. Really powerful, folks. Do you agree or disagree with the prosecutor? Thoughts? Chat is going lit right now with a lot of people saying things all over the place. Whew. Drug distribution, kidnapping, arson, bribery, sex trafficking. Prosecutor has been laying it out now for about, I don't know, we've been here about an hour and a half on her so far. It appears that she's probably going to go for 2 hours, then lunch, then an additional 2 hours. We might be almost halfway into, I think they're going to go on to about 12:30 and then lunch should be. We shall see. This is sex trafficking on Jane. Prosecutor gets into details here. Details incoming. It was interstate. It was interstate. Over interstate lines. Prosecutor also says, and the Astroglide crossed state lines. The defendant knew or recklessly disregarded that force, threats of force, coercion, or fraud were used. Force, threats of force, coercion, or fraud were used. The defendant knew. Now listen to this right here. Powerful right here coming up. Consenting once doesn't mean she consented every time. One time is enough. One time. Consenting once doesn't mean she consented every time. One time is enough. All right, so here's something. Diddy in the court, the defendant looked dejected as the prosecutor launched into him about his freak-offs and the possible criminal liability connected to those freak-offs. Combs sat back in his chair away from the defense table with his head down, taking notes. He did manage to write some observations on post-it notes and hand them to defense lawyer Mark Agnifilo. He looked dejected while this is going on right now. He looked dejected. Definition: sad and depressed. Defeated, dejected. One time is enough. In 2023, he made Jane feel she'd have a proper NYC weekend, but invited escorts. Jane sent him another message. It's dark and sleazy, in fear of losing my home. His response: girl, stop. Then he FaceTimed her and told her about stopping and dinner. AUSA goes on to say he lied. He lied. Getting into like the fraud element of the sex trafficking. Force, fraud, coercion, fraud. He frauded her. And now they're playing a message here. Look, public screen is still off for summary chart. Says he's also texting Paul Arthur as escort. Look at these messages. He is setting up a hotel night. When she is in the air, he tells her he has a surprise for her. She did not want it. He tricked her on that plane. We talked about that. That was one of the, we've emphasized this incident so many times on before with the sex trafficking of Jane. Just getting on a plane and lying to her to get her onto a plane to imply that they were going to go have fun only turned into a freak off. He tricked her. He lied to her. He manipulated her. He frauded her. And the prosecutors pointing this incident out. We've talked about this incident numerous times as one of the grounds for sex trafficking alone. prosecutor is on it. The whole prosecution team, they're on it. They're laying out with receipts, corroboration. As you heard, they only have one freak off. One. That's all they have to. Only one. Just one. And here you go. Here's what the prosecutor says about that plane. She's flying out to New York. That, the prosecutor says, before the plane even lands, is a completed act of sex trafficking. He tricked her. He tricked her on that plane. But it gets worse. Check it out. He tricked her. So here's the fraud element of sex trafficking. Goes on to say, then under coerced, she calls Cabral to come to New York. In the next text, she says, in New York City, I knew you would pair me up with a random person. All right, so now let's take you. The prosecutor is going to the sobriety party. The sobriety party. So that was the incident in New York. Now we got the sobriety party. That to me sounded like fraud. In the sobriety party, without drugs, she is so disgusted she vomits. She writes, I'm not a porn star. I'm not an animal. I need a break. The defendant responds, let's spend the day. No strangers. She replies, you'll love bomb me. Now she's getting into the manipulation. He switches from carrot to stick. The house. He texts, are you going to let me into our house? 8 times. Then he said he was sick and needed her. Master gaslighter. She went and had sex with 3 different men without drugs. After vomit, he said, "Get back out there." Unbelievable. His trickery, his deceiving, his manipulation of her. Jane, we're just on Jane right now. And we're into the sex trafficking element of the RICO. Right here, right now. The sex trafficking element of this RICO. Get back out there. This is some wild, crazy stuff. People are like, Diddy's disgusting. It's just a whole sad situation. Fraud and force. Trauma bonding. Coercion. Fraud. Force. Prosecutor Combs knew exactly what he was doing. The defendant's conduct had one purpose: to get Jane to agree to do hotel nights, the prosecutor said. And because the defendant knew exactly what he was doing, this was sex trafficking. 2024 in Jane's house. 3 months after Homeland Security agents searched the defendant's homes, they used Jane's house. He came there. Now we're going to get into the assault stuff. They were supposed to have a fun date night. They drank and argued. She pushed his head into the counter. Goes on to say, he shouted at her. She told him to leave. She ran and closed doors. He kicked down 3 doors. You saw the doors. Here's one of them on the screens. Public screen still off. She ran without shoes out the house. She hid. Diddy was waiting. He was waiting. And as you know, eventually she comes back and he's there and she gets assaulted. They're going to lay it all out. We've heard this incident. June 2024. June of 2024. She eventually goes back thinking the coast is clear, right? Remember? This is where Anton, all the stuff with Anton. ASA goes on. Jane hit the defendant. he punched her in the face. And here are the photos. Public screens are off. Photos of the injuries on Jane from Diddy punching her in the face. June of 2024. AUSA goes on. He dragged her by the hair back into the house. Jane took his phone and called the other woman. She shouted. The defendant then called Jonathan Perez, one of the assistants. We're going to stay with this right here as it comes out. The prosecutor laying out that incident. AUSA goes on. Getting into another sex trafficking incident. Right here, you'll see. He followed her into the shower and hit her. Knocked her down. He called Anton, the escort, and told her to have sex with him. After she gets assaulted, she put on makeup to hide her injuries. She drove to pick up Anton at the front gate of the house. Then the defendant said, "Take this effing pill." Take this effing pill. After she got assaulted, Anton gets called. He put his face inches from her and asked, "Is this coercion?" He was brazenly acknowledging he was breaking the very same law he violated before. And being accused of in a lawsuit. Jane didn't want to have sex with the escort that night. She said no, but he wouldn't take no as an answer. He wouldn't take no as an answer. So assault, calling Antoine, get Anton over there, making her take a pill, brazenly going up in her face, saying, "Is this coercion?" She's saying no, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. And she took the pill too. All right, viewer discretion is advised. Just want to let you all know viewer discretion is advised. We're talking about an incident. He wouldn't take no as an answer. And Magnolia put up on the screen, this incident was 1 year ago. Yo, it was 1 year ago today. Right? Worst part about this incident, it was after the raids. So he did all this knowing he was under FBI investigation for trafficking. As the prosecutor also said, he brazenly even said to her face, is this coercion? He didn't care. Disregard for the law. That's why it all happened at Jane's house and not at a hotel. Jane performed oral sex on Anton and he ejaculated. Until Anton ejaculated. The defendant told his security to bring cash to Anton. They didn't have it. Magnolia put in there, viewer discretion is advised. The next day, he gave Jane the money to pay Anton. She Ubered the bag of money over to him. This is coercion. This is coercion. Now the judge said to the AOSA, I think it's appropriate time we take a lunch break. So the judge says, lunch break. We got lunch break, folks. Oh, my goodness. Okay, George, you may go eat. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The prosecution is laying out and closing elements of RICO, and we are in sex trafficking of the RICO. Coercion, fraud, force. And we're only on Jane. We haven't even gotten into Cassie in reference to this yet, that I believe. To kind of summarize what's going on, this new report, we're on a lunch break. Holy smokes. Combs coerced Jane into a hotel night at sobriety party. Prosecutors say this is a CNN report. It just came out a couple minutes ago. To kind of take you back to what was said, more context. Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficked Jane in October of 2023 at a sobriety party. The AUSA told the jury Jane has told the defendant multiple times repeatedly that she doesn't want to keep doing these hotel nights. She pointed to messages Jane sent to Combs before that night saying in part, I'm not a porn star. I'm not an animal. I need a break. Combs responded by making false promises about them spending time together. When Jane continues to resist, he switches from carrot to stick. The stick is Jane's house that he's paying for. Carrot to stick. Well, I'm paying for your house. Finally, Combs told Jane that he was sick and needed Jane to take care of him. And finally, the defendant's tactics worked. Jane soon found herself in a hotel room having sex with other men. So Diddy manipulated her at this one incident, just this one, and it only takes one, by the way. He manipulated her and said he was sick. He was sick and needed Jane to take care of him. It only ended up turning into a freak-off with other men. Jane testified it was her first time doing a hotel night without taking any drugs. Jane was so overwhelmed by the experience that she vomited between the second and third man. That's disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting. Now we're talking about the one time Jane wasn't on drugs during these freak-offs, and she literally vomited between the second and third man. And even when she vomited, the defendant wouldn't let her stop. AUSA said that this was an example of Combs using coercion to make Jane participate in a freak-off. The defendant knew that Jane didn't want a hotel night. She told him that repeatedly. Look at her text messages. Look back at her testimony. She did not want to have sex with strangers. But the defendant refused to take no for an answer. All right, so NBC News is also saying, we're putting up on the screen here. We'll let this finish out here. I'll be back in 1 minute. I'm just going to get a cup of coffee. I'll be back in a minute. We'll continue to put this on the screen, and then we'll recap what was said for 2 hours and 20 minutes so far in Slavic's closing. I'll be right back in about a minute. Stand by. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. All right, so we're still putting things on the screen, recapping on what's going on. So it appears that the prosecution will have another 1 hour and 40 minutes for its argument when the jury returns. Very powerful stuff. Continue to put up on the screen. Oh my goodness, unbelievable, folks. This is insane of what has been said so far in this case. So crazy. I saw a lot of new members popping up. New members. Kelly, welcome. Gemini Sling, welcome. Jacqueline Rivera, welcome. Missy, thank you for the gifted membership. Another member of JLR Investigates. Oh, Missy twice. Courtesy of Missy. Claire, thank you for commenting. See, you've been a member for 5 months. Appreciate that. Appreciate all of you folks. As we are, listening to what is going on with this, I am at a loss for words here. Like, this is laying out, and it's like listening to for the last 6 months or 6 weeks has been coming all she's narrating these things and incidents and putting some of the pieces together that we were maybe a little bit confused about. Like, for instance, prosecutor said just a little bit ago, Cassie was high and on drugs because Diddy made her take drugs every freak off. They said with Jane was high on all the freak offs except one, and the one that she's describing, she threw up in the middle of having sex after Diddy manipulated and tricked her into having a freak off with multiple men. In the course of between men, she vomited because she's not under the influence, and Diddy's forcing her to continue to go on. That is insane. It's insane. And just the carrot and the stick and the manipulation, the fraud, the coercion, the force on the sex trafficking. I cannot believe this. Julie, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Erica. Hi, Erica. Erica gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Erica. Nice to see you again today. One lucky member, courtesy of Erica. Julie Harris, again, thank you very much. Very, very grateful. Seeing the comments pop up. Yeah, I see a lot of comments, during the course of the last 2 hours that kind of just focused on what's being said. Now that we have a little break, can interact with you all a little bit while we wait. I wonder if now, even if the jurors can even stomach a lunch, listening to what this prosecutor has said. I think she's doing a phenomenal job, not even being in there and just listening to this. It's just like, it's crazy. But one thing that sticks out, and I retweeted Inner City Press myself. I have a Twitter account if you guys want to sub up at JLR Investigates, and you can do Magnolia too. She's part Magnolia JLR at Magnolia JLR. But one thing that stuck out to me that she said, consenting once doesn't mean she consented every time. One time is enough. I think it's very powerful here. Powerful. And another thing is, we're talking about the Kid Cudi, all that stuff. Yesterday, some of the media out there was saying charges dropped, they're abandoning certain things. But look, prosecutors are still saying that Diddy kidnapped Capricorn Clark and multiple times. One in New York, one in Los Angeles. Diddy kidnapped Cassie by holding her against her will after an assault, or goons doing it, his bodyguards doing it. And then the arson. Saying, it's awfully fishy. Like, it doesn't take a rocket science to know that if Diddy's talking about it and it happens, it's Diddy. It's Diddy. Who can eat after that disgusting mess? Exactly. I can drink coffee, but I'm not so sure I can stomach, because it's bad. It's just horrible, man. And at different points, I'll be honest, it sends goosebumps down my spine. Like, this guy is pure evil. It's evil. It's evil how he just tricked these people. And now even with Jane, which, I've shared my feelings towards Jane. I think a lot of you think a little differently than Jane and Cassie. But even with Jane, it was horrible. Like, they're just talking about the love bombing, and it's bad, man. It's bad. This dude is bad news. This dude needs to be taken off the streets. This dude needs to be locked up for a long, long time, possibly life. The fact that he didn't accept responsibility here, the fact that he's trying to say that this was just consensual is beyond. It's crazy. And as you heard, the powerful at the beginning, just talking about KK and the other people around him, his inner circle. She's literally describing the enterprise here, the enterprise, the RICO enterprise between all these people, including associates that come and go. But the core of the enterprise, KK, the right brain. I really think it's eyeing for, again, folks, just on the drug dealing. I mean, all they have to do is prove 2 times of the drug dealing out of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of incidents shared in this course of this trial, just 2, to find him guilty of just the drug trafficking. And here's the thing: is there's so many RICO. All they got to do is find one of them: arson, sex trafficking, bribery, kidnapping, drug dealings, just to be guilty on the RICO. But I think the jury's going to find him guilty on every element there, which will enhance the RICO sentencing. But even all these things, I'm telling you, even on the other ones with this, just the sex trafficking crime alone and the interstate prostitution, they got minimum mandatories. 15. I think even if he gets convicted of one of those, count 2, 3, 4, 5, he's looking at a minimum mandatory of 15 just on that. And that's just base. That's just base level. I mean, it's going to go up significantly, like 3-fold. Like, there's no way to get around this. There's just none. There's just none. There's none. I am pretty confident on a conviction here, and cannot see how everyone can just say, let all of this go. The feds do this like a surgeon. They're the best of the best. They're literally the best of the best. And yeah, the rules and the charging is totally unfavorable for a defendant. That's how the feds roll. It's how the feds roll. But also, you know, feds do what they got to do. But when they get somebody, they got somebody. They got you. They got you. When the feds got you, they got you. And this is clearly needs to be stopped. And it's going to be stopped. It's going to be stopped. And, you know, anyone out there that thinks they can get away with this behavior, your time is coming. Your time is coming. Really. It's coming. So we'll continue to listen. Debbie, thank you. Thank you very much. Very grateful. I'm grateful for all of you. All the comments coming in. Charlie, that's why yesterday was so important. Yeah, it was important. Exactly, Charlie. I mean, with these charging, the chargings of what the jury's going to hear, it's going to list out. Now, we're still waiting to get a copy of that. She's doing great. See, the comments are coming up. We're throwing them up on the screen. I'm not even hungry. So they say, what time was here? What time did they say they were going to go? I just saw somewhere. All right, 1:15. So not very long. 1:15. So she'll be done 3. This is the 3 o'clock gig. 3 o'clock. I think we'll be here to 3. So it all, they said she's got about an hour, 40 minutes left. So 1:15 puts us into that 3 o'clock. I think she's doing great. She's on the screen. This is the prosecutor. JLR, you want to watch the other lives, but you're scared. I don't blame you. Don't blame you. This stuff is scary stuff. But also another thing that we found out too, KK is making $600K a year. $600K a year. Holy smokes. She's in like the top 0.% of salaries in the United States. She knows everything. Yeah, exactly, Gemini. Exactly. No way. And I think he was off for 20 years. I really do think. I'm not so sure now. Now I'm starting to eye it more towards a 25 piece. But 20 is not a walk in the park. I do feel that he probably was offered a 20-year deal. He should have took it. Because this 20-year, found guilty on anything, the judge is not going to give him less than what the deal was offered, even on one count of conviction. It's not going to do it. And the way I'm reading it, the minimum mandatories alone on everything is 15 years, at least. 15 years. And that's we're not even talking about the enhancements or anything like that. So the guy's 55. He could have been out. He could have been out in his early 70s. He could have been out 70s with the programs, drug programs, different incentives, behaviors. Who knows if he would have got good time, because he's been into using other people's PIN numbers and things, and he'd probably be into cell phone smuggling and all that. He would at least got out. He's not getting out if he's convicted. Nope. This prosecutor means business. This prosecution team, it's a team of them. It's a team of prosecutors. It's like 6 of them, right? 6 of them. Unbelievable, folks. This is just brutal. It's brutal. It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. And I think it's being laid out perfectly. Even out far. And we're not even in the courtroom to really see the body language of what they're doing. Crazy stuff. Unbelievable. Yeah, this is well worth getting out the truth. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Everyone doing well? Hey, LK, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. 5 new members. Lyanna. Is it Lyanna? Like Diana? Lyanna. Thank you very much. Very grateful. 5 new members. Courtesy of LK. These people knew Diddy since the 90s. He never had a good rap. The money is what kept them all around him. Hey, DJ Phillips, nice to see you again. Thanks for the comment. Keep the comments coming. Keep the comments coming. Yeah. You know, I knew that Diddy was all into the party lifestyle, money, stuff like that, but I didn't know it was like this behind the scenes. Like, I didn't know it was like on this level. Like, this is pure evil. This is like this sick dude just using his power and influence to do this grimy, just nasty stuff behind the scenes, man, and trying to cover it up. And it's scary because, you know, if he wouldn't have gotten caught, I think he would have just continued to victimize probably even younger women into the 2030s and 2040s, as long as he was on the face of the earth out there free. Because, you know, every year he was making more and more money just off who he was. I mean, he was on the trajectory to be a billionaire, if not a billionaire at the time. Like, he would have just continued to gain wealth off his royalties and musics and business ventures and champion around. And all that power and all that money and stuff, entitlement, would have just continued, and there would have been like crazy things. It could have got much, much worse. Much, much worse. I still think personally he's involved with murder. A lot of you do. There was people that lost their lives centered around this guy. It's crazy. Thank you, little Peppa. L-I-L Peppa. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Doodle Crew. My dog's name is Daphne Diddles. I'm going to have to change it now. Are you seriously? Your dog's name is Daphne Diddles. Unbelievable. The irony. Well, I have a cat named OJ. Some people say OJ Simpson, but it's not OJ Simpson. But I have a cat named OJ. Hey, Mikey. How are you? Mikey, you say it again because you've said this numerous before. Mike, look at this comment on the screen. Look at the comment on the screen. Exactly. Mikey says it because you said this before multiple times during the course of the, and thank you for reminding people again. He refused the deal because of the RICO and losing everything he owns. If you refuse the plea, they hit you harder with no mercy. There's a lot of money at stake here. We're talking about Combs' enterprise. He would have pled guilty. There would have been some forfeiture involved. There's going to be forfeiture anyway on the conviction. They will do it. under the conviction, they'll be able to take his whole empire. But yeah, I mean, he's just like, yeah, I ain't going to have my kids lose their homes and my mom lose my house and everybody lose everything. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars seized. It's going to be seized anyway. If he gets the conviction, it's going to be seized. So he's just like, I think he's just like, it's my fortune. They're going to just destroy it. Nothing to lose. Because even if he could have walked away a free man with no money when he was in his early 70s. But yeah, it's most likely his kids and his mom, they're all going to lose their assets. I think they might lose their house. All of them. Probably why they're there too. They're there probably to support. I mean, you know. Ton P, welcome to media. Thank you. Witnesses say he did ritual sacrifice. I heard that a lot. Ritual sacrifice. Been hearing that a lot, Jody. Ritual sacrifice. I've been hearing that a lot. Anyone know anything about that? Send us videos. We love to see them. Tips at JLR Investigates. We love to see those videos for sure. For sure. Yeah, so you know, the plan here with us is we'll cover this trial all the way through. We'll even do verdict watch next week, all through next week. We'll just sit here, we'll have a feed up, and we'll just have a chat, free for all forum, let you guys come up, share your thoughts and everything like that, and sit here and wait for the verdict. I think the verdict will probably come in days. I think the verdict's coming before 4th of July, but it might not. But it could. But once this case gets resolved, and I do think there will be a verdict here, then we'll go into the civil suits. Each and every civil suit. We'll dissect it. We'll go through it. We'll watch and any twists and turns going forward and stuff like that. Because as Diddy would say, the saga continues. Yeah, it's going to continue. It's going to continue. I don't think we're going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. And then hopefully over time, you know, we do things on this channel too. We do with certain cases, you know, after the conclusion or even during the course, we get exclusives with people. I don't know if anyone would give us an exclusive on this case, but I'm sure watching, they might say, hey, we want to set the record straight or come up on JLR Investigates and share what's going on. So we might get some people on, who knows, people that know these people firsthand, even people centered around this case, lawyers, somebody might come on. You never know. Somebody might pop up. So we're not done with this when it's all over. I mean, you know, we're going to follow the civil cases out there. We're going to follow the other rappers in their civil cases, any type of criminal cases that pop up. We'll continue to do it. This is going to be precedent setting. I mean, literally, laws will probably be on the books eventually when it comes to coercive control, both on the state and federal level. And I think other people are going to go down. This is just the start of the dominoes. Probably there's others out there that do this type of behavior in a sort of way with women, behind the scenes with women. Coercive control, fraud, force, sex trafficking. I do believe it exists in the industry. Yes. Just pray for my safety, just in case we continue to expose this all. Next thing you know, something might happen to us. Whew. Never know what these people are going to get capable of doing. You never underestimate anyone, especially when you're trying to get out the truth. Keep the comments coming. You guys are great. We probably about 15 more minutes and we'll get this party started. They're doing it rapid fire, though. I like it like this. This is actually pretty fast. You know, during the course of this trial, we've had documents and exhibits. There would be lulls. Inner City Press is putting this out there very, very quickly. And we're not really tapping into the media outlets of what the other ones are reporting. We're just sticking with, we want to hear what's going on. So I think Inner City Press is doing really, really, really well in getting this information out, because it's hard to do because the prosecutors just speak. You got to type that out of what's being said. Prosecution team. This is probably their best orator that they have. For sure. Hey, Jessica H. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. 5 more members of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Jessica H. Really grateful. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. We love our new members. We love our ever-growing family. You guys come from everywhere. We really, really, really appreciate that. And so many of you bring all types of different perspectives. Maybe one day all of us will have a big meetup. Who knows? Y'all are cool. I mean, it's good, man. We're a good fam here. And yeah, I wonder what Jane and Cassie's thinking right now. They're watching. They might even be in this chat. So, I mean, they're not in the trial, but they're watching. I know people centered around this case are glued to it. There's a few people that have been covering this every day. I see a few other people that cover this and every day, but I think we have a pretty live chat here. And I'm assuming that there's probably people centered around this case in this chat lurking and stuff. And we appreciate everyone, whether you support Diddy or not. You know, let it out. Let your feelings out. And if you're just here lurking, welcome. Thanks for being here. You know, this is like a mini city in here. We have a mini city here right now. A lot of people. So much to dissect. But we got it though, because the only thing that stuck out to me, there was 2 things that stuck out to me that really I didn't really know. I wanted to know KK's salary. So we got KK's salary. She was paid 6 times more than the most paid person, 6 times more. At the very most, some of the male workers of Bad Boy would get up to $100K. Most of the females will only get like $50K, $75K in that range, $50K, long hours. But KK's making $600K plus living on 2-star. So I thought that was interesting. And one, prosecutor flat out said that Diddy was on his way to go kill Kid Cudi. Like kill him. And brought Capricorn Clark with him, with a gun. I thought 2 of those most things stick out. Everything else, not necessarily surprising, but though they do put the pieces together on things. It's all repeating itself. But a lot of the key things in reference to, you know, the sex trafficking and certain incidents, they are, you know, honing in on specific incidents. Cassie, the Intercontinental Hotel. Jane, the assault. Cassie kidnapped herself after being assaulted. And so you got some, you know, things like that honing in on. But Cassie's going to be next. They're going to talk about Cassie's stuff after Jane. And I said, yeah, get Jane over with and then talk about Cassie. But everyone has a story. Here's what's even crazy, though. The prosecution puts on a 6-week case and the defense only puts on a 30-minute case, 30 minutes without one witness, because the defense feels like the prosecution didn't prove their case. On that theory, are you kidding me? Not one person Diddy's defense has brought up. You clearly see that they're gunning for appeal. You know, yesterday, it seems like defense on Diddy is pretty much conceding a defeat, even in the charging. Like so many times, the defense attorney was like, I just want to preserve this. I want to preserve this. I want to preserve this. I want to preserve it for appeal. Because they pretty much conceded. They even said it's unfair, because it is unfair for any defendant on a federal level. It's unfair. But you're guilty, you're guilty. And they'll, by all means necessary, they'll gun for the conviction, prosecutors. And it's right before our eyes right now. Right before our eyes. It's literally impossible for the jurors to vote not guilty. You'll see. You'll see. We'll see. If I'm wrong, hey, I'm wrong here. That means that Diddy goes free. Diddy goes free. Unbelievable if that happens. It's just, I'd be shocked. I would lose listen, with this, I've seen other people convicted on much, much less. Much less. Clearly, evil acts, criminal acts have happened here. If Diddy walls completely, I will lose faith and trust in the entire judicial system. Be crazy. Again, just my opinion. All right, so we're at 103. We got about 10 minutes left. Hopefully, y'all are eating lunch, dinner, breakfast. Some people might be getting up. I know we did earlier, like everyone's from all around the world. I won't get into where's everyone from. Maybe we'll do it later when we got more people in the chat, just to show what is up. But here we are. Yeah, so this is the prosecutor right here. The prosecutor described the altercation at Jane's home when what started as a date night turned into a violent night. It's supposed to be a date night. And this is just right after the raids, which is even more crazy. This is right after the apology video. The IG apology video. And Jane and the prosecutor is saying, you know, Jane hit him first, more or less. But then Diddy just did a complete beating on her and then forced her to take a pill, then have oral sex on Anton. We're recapping some of the things up on the screen here. Crazy. Oh, yeah, Washington Post is lit with all types of reports. Sean Combs' abuse of Jane continued after he learned he was under federal investigation. The prosecution argued in closing statements, recounting a particularly brutal incident that the witness, Jane, described during her testimony. Prosecutors described Combs beating and choking Jane during a fight last summer, forcing her to flee her own home or Diddy's paid home, shoeless and without a phone. When she returned, bruised and in pain, Combs forced her to have oral sex on an escort. Combs told Jane she would not ruin my effing night and demanded she get dressed up. Slavic said Combs knew he was again committing the very crime he was being investigated for and that he intended to continue trafficking Jane. Not only criminally, because he knew he was under criminal investigation from the raids, but also the civil lawsuit, where even they were trying to conceal the free calls by trying to have them more in the homes instead of the hotels. He knew all this, yet he continued to do it on Jane. It was so brazen. Thought he was untouchable. Thought nobody could do anything to him. Crazy. The jury's on a lunch break. They kind of describe just like key things about this testimony. Sex trafficking of Jane. Threats. So much. False promises, fraud. As soon as she gets on the plane, he switches it up. He's a monster. That's what a lot of people say. All right, everybody should be rolling back in here shortly, and we'll get back to business when it comes to this case, the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. Welcome back, JLR and Magnolia Investigates. We are here listening in real time. Man, he knew, folks. He knew. Closing arguments. Now, we're only going to get the prosecution today, just so people are in the chat. When's the defense going to, and it's going to be interesting what the defense says. Oh, this was all consensual. This was all just agreed upon the parties. This is not criminal. Like, are you kidding me? Well, we'll see what the defense says tomorrow. And then the rebuttal, which might be a rebuttal, might not be a rebuttal. We shall see. We shall see. Combs continued violent behavior even after the 2024 raids. And I like how they use the analogy, a carrot to the stick. Oh, 50 minutes ago, NBC said, Combs looks defeated. They used the word defeated as government hammers away. Combs looks downtrodden. At times, they're saying, NBC News is saying, on occasion, Combs looks up and glances over to the jury with a look of defeat on his face. Defeat. Combs knows it's over. Combs knows it's over. That's what NBC is saying. He's saying he looks defeated on his face. Facial features. He looks defeated. He knows it's over. He knows it's over. Maybe his lawyers were being honest and just said, look, appeal. Look, we'll do our best. We'll appeal. We could get this reversed, but it's just not going to go your way. Maybe that's what they just told him and was brutally honest. They should have been brutally honest with Diddy before and said, Mr. Combs, the feds have a 97% conviction rate. Almost no one wins on trials at all. And you're not going to beat this RICO case. You're just not. So better make a deal. No, I'm not making a deal. I didn't do anything. Well, look, you got to make a deal. I didn't do anything. All right. I paid you big money to defend me. You got to do your job. You got to do your job. Because if they're bamboozling him as if they can beat this case, then his lawyers, I'm not even going to say it, but lawyers are lawyers, man. Lawyers are lawyers. Some of them are in your interest. Some of them are not. Some of them only worry about money in their pockets. Some don't care about you. Some lawyers don't care about their client. They just want the money. They just want the payday. They don't care. They don't care. Because listen to the crosses. Look at the cross. Every single one of these crosses. I mean, some of them were okay, but not groundbreaking and didn't even attack the criminal elements of this at all. Man. All right, we're getting ready to get back in track. Glued to the screen for sure. JLR Magnolia investigates. So he does look defeated. I'll try to get more insight about what his look is while he's in the court. The look of defeat. Throw in the towel. Throw in the towel, did he? Well, it's too late. It's too late. You're at the point of no return. You really think you're going to get 12 jurors based off what you just heard here to say that he's not guilty of everything? You're really going to get 12 jurors based on what this summary is? You get a juror, you're going to get 12 of them. 12 of them to say not guilty, not guilty, not guilty all across the board. But we'll see what the defense says. We'll see what the defense does when they come on. 112. Hey, it's 112. 112. You know 112. It's 112. 112 right now. Oh, man. 112. We're about to get back on track. JLR, did you ever go on the stand or you take guilty? I pled guilty. No way I would go on the stand in the feds. I was told. At least I had some public defender. I got a public defender. Told me, you're not going to beat this case. You won't beat your case, JLR. You won't beat your case. Yeah. Plead guilty. I'm not going to beat the case. Not on feds. Nah. Feds is crazy. They cutthroat. Put the boot down on a defendant's neck. Literally, they will. like I said, like so many cases, like, because again, for people who don't know, I've been through this whole federal process myself. I've been indicted, conspiracy, wire fraud, money laundering, those type of. I had a fraud case and multiple defendants, like 7 or 8 co-defendants, bunch of them. I was the ringleader. I got leadership points. I got 10 years, pleading guilty, and it's a whole experience. I didn't even make a bond. I couldn't get a bond. They didn't even give me a bond. Flight risk. But sitting in the federal detention center around a lot of inmates coming all cocky. They all come in cocky. Everybody comes in cocky. I got a lawyer. I'm going to beat the case. My lawyer says I'm going to beat the case. And then they all go through the process and they all come back every single time defeated. Oh, my lawyer lied to me. My lawyer lied to me. They made me plead guilty, or, they lied. They lied. I got tricked. Stupid lawyer. Paid all this money for a lawyer. All this money. Like, that's how the lawyers get these defendants. Because right off the rip, to retain for a federal lawyer, even a lawyer that takes on a federal case, to retainers like at least $50K. If you want any reputable lawyer, your retainers $50K. That's why I said, get a public defender. Save your money. Plead guilty, accept responsibility, get some points taken off, learn from your mistakes. Don't commit federal crime. That's it. You caught, you're caught. Caught, you're caught. Yeah, I don't like the sentence that I got, 10 years, but yeah, I put myself in the position. Don't do crimes. Don't steal from banks. So most people, they all come in cocky until they get plead guilty. Most plead guilty. I saw a few go to trial and lose. And another thing, I've probably been around myself during the course of 10 years, because I've been to like 15 different prisons, federal prisons all around the country. And the turnover is pretty quick because each prison has like 1,000 to 3,000 inmates, but the turnover is quick. So I probably, in the course of 10 years, probably been around 50,000 to 100,000 inmates. I've never seen one. I never, ever bumped into one inmate on a federal level that was 100% innocent. Never bumped into any innocent person in federal prison. Not one innocent person. I've seen thousands and thousands of people that were overly charged or enhanced. We'll call it draconian sentences, but hey, that's what the feds do. They get you. They're going to give you crazy numbers. Decades. I think I got it bad with 10 years. Thousands around me with 20, 30, 40 years. Average federal prison sentence is literally like 8 years. The average sentence in federal prison, everybody. Average sentence, 8 years. 8 years is a long time. Never found somebody that was totally 100% innocent. Yeah, they got their fingerprints on what they did. And the feds just don't go after nobodies. I mean, most people in federal prison are like crimes that state will not prosecute. So we're waiting here, 117. We should get going here. Let's see what's up. Let's see what we got. Break time should be, lunch is over. People should be piling back in. And we will get this party continuing. Let's continue the party. Case of Sean P. Diddy Combs closing.
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press. Here, it's midday, Thursday, June 26th, day 31 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial, and it's the closing statements by the government. I have to say, it was pretty hard hitting. And for those who were wondering whether arson and kidnapping were going to still be in, they're in. AUSA Slavic began with RICO and ran through various predicate acts. On kidnapping, she went with Cassie, having been beaten up, being confined to a hotel room, including by one of Combs' security guards. Capricorn Clark, 2 instances of kidnapping. One early days, 2004 in New York, when the Jacob the jeweler's jewels went missing, and she was given lie detector tests and told that if she failed, she'd be in the East River. Was it kidnapping? They say yes. Also, taken in the car to Kid Cudi's house. And on that note, we turn to arson, in which they said absolutely, the burning of the car, the driving by. They didn't really get into the break-in and the locking up of the dog, at least not yet. Then things turned dark with the sex trafficking. So far, we've been doing... She began with Jane, which is out of order chronologically, but focusing on 3 separate instances. One was the sobriety party, where she said that Jane, as she testified, vomited between men 2 and 3. And Combs said, "Get back out there." And then finally, the one in the home, in which there was, admittedly, for what it's worth, Jane banged his head on a counter, but then he beat her up and then forced her to perform oral sex on Anton. Now, somebody was tweeting back at me, why didn't Anton testify? Is he alive or dead? That I don't know. I also don't know if it's Antoine. They say Anton. In any event, I don't mean to be flip. I have to say, having just spent the time doing it, some are, of course, they're naysayers. There are, who knows? We have to wait and hear the defense one. I think hopefully the thread that you can find at Inner City Press will speak for itself. I don't know if the defense is smart not to start its defense today. I mean, I don't know. It may be that they think if they have Friday to themselves, which they won't because there'll be a rebuttal. I think this sinking in without any rebuttal may be a mistake. What I can say is that Combs, people were asking, what is he doing? Well, he pushed his chair way back from the defense table and was sitting just kind of staring around. 2 of his lawyers, Xavier Donaldson and Alexander Shapiro, his, appellate lawyer, ready to go, making many, many arguments about the charge, both sat with their chins in their hands. Read into it what you may. In any event, the kerfuffle yesterday about the not proceeding on theories, these theories had to do with attempt, because they definitely are in there. We've heard about Kid Cudi's car. We've heard about the 3 instances of kidnapping. And we're going to be hearing more, presumably with an emphasis on Cassie, in the rest of the day. Inner City Press will be doing it. For now, we're going to try to clear our head here in Chinatown. To be continued.
He does excellent work. Excellent work. Well said. Well said. Got the music down a little bit. Well said. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press. He said his threads speak for itself, and I agree. Powerful. He knows. He's covered federal cases. He goes in the federal courthouse. He's not gonna. He's a journalist. I'm sure he's gonna be objective, but he knows. He knows. It's Diddy done. Done. But yeah, the same thing we've been saying here. They started with Jane before Cassie in reference to the sex trafficking. So, yeah. I'm just like, this is just like, for me, this is taking me flashbacks about my experience in the federal prison system, my experience of being a defendant on a federal level, and witnessing myself, thousands and thousands of federal inmates, federal defendants go through this same process. And yesterday, with the charging conference, every single thing was favorable towards the prosecution to secure a conviction. It's we'll see. But we're literally watching the end of Diddy before our very eyes. The end of Diddy. When I say like literally gone for the rest of his life. Got the music. He said it was going to backfire on the defense because the jury will marinate on this closing all night. And then tomorrow, the jury's going to marinate on the rebuttal. I mean, some powerful. I mean, but the prosecution was called. The prosecution at the same time was saying that the defense was doing gamemanship by starting tomorrow. Prosecution actually wanted to have this on. Then the defense put on their case immediately after the prosecution. But yeah, the jury's going to think about this. And then the rebuttal all weekend. Because the prosecution gets the last word here before it gets in the hands of the jury. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's all about strategic moves. Who's one-upping who. Very, very powerful. We got this music on faintly as we wait for the jurors to come in, and we continue the ending of the cross by the prosecutor, Slavic. One thing he also said was Anton. He doesn't really know if it's Anton or Antoine, but thinks it's Anton. The way it's been in the media and everything like that, I believe the guy was Anton. We actually had his name. I remember we shared his name in the chat. I forgot his name. I don't think it's really important. But why hasn't Anton testified? Or why hasn't Sly testified? Or why hasn't KK testified? Or why hasn't D-Rock, Bonds, Paulie, Ruben, Fahim? Why hasn't any of them testified? Why hasn't they? Why? Where are they at? To me, it just appears like the next unsealed indictment, it's going to be KK, D-Rock, Fahim, maybe Ruben, Paulie, and Bonds, maybe. But the way I interpreted it was like 4 major players here. 4. Like the 4 major players. Diddy, his right-hand brain, KK, D-Rock, and Fahim. Like the 4 there. The 4 there are the main people. Like the 2 are the enforcers. The 1 is the fixer. Hands all over it, KK. The one that knew what was going on. She lied when she made that statement. We know she lied. She lied. In order to find Combs guilty of sex trafficking, the jury has to find that Combs used force, fraud, coercion, threats to make Jane participate in hotel nights. Easily proven. Easily. Easily proven. The jury, she added, can find he used any of these means alone or any combination of them. Combs' conduct had one purpose, prosecutor said, to get Jane to agree to do hotel nights. That's it. So they can do it with a combination or just any of them. Fraud, force, coercion. All right, so we're waiting for us to get back into play. They're saying there's a pretty big crowd outside the courthouse that's coming and going with characters and costumes and people. I saw it pretty animated out there this morning, more than it was in the last few weeks. All right, so no new reports by NBC. We'll check CNN. Jury's still on a lunch break. I think we're going to 3:30 today. Oh, court is back in session. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so NBC News is saying that the court is now in session. We're back. Combs is facing 5 counts in total, including 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Court is in session, according to NBC News. All right, we're back. We're back. All right, Miss Slavic, are you ready? All right, we're about to get started. Just a flag for the court. We are going to need to change PowerPoint. Clerk, can we turn the public screens on? All right, here we go. Just to flag for the court, we are going to need to change PowerPoint. All right, so we're trickling back in. This is going to be interesting. Slavic is going to continue. I think it's going to maybe talk a little bit more about Jane, and then I think we're going to get into Cassie with the sex trafficking. There is a strategic thing, I believe, why they did Jane before Cassie. Because when the jurors read the transcripts and what was said, and they lay it out like that with Jane, though they're going to leave more or less Cassie, who seems like a more solid victim than Jane, because a lot of people question Jane's credibility or behaviors. I just think it's just interesting because this case has been on chronological order, but it switched up when it came to sex trafficking, and they started with Jane first. But I think that was strategically a reason why they did that. Because remember, they left on the assault incident. We shall see. Kel, thank you for the gifted membership. Kel, 5 new members. JLR Investigates, courtesy of Kel. Thank you very much. Very grateful for that. Very, very grateful. Thank you. So I'll review some of your comments in a little bit. We're going to focus on the screen here. Our army continues to grow. Get your popcorn ready. Get your drink, your beverage, a Frosty, whatever you're drinking. Welcome aboard. We are back. We're back. We're back. Everything's about to get started. We are back. Ready. Let's get some juicy details here. Jury is now entering. That came out 1 minute ago, CNN. So everything is about to start here. Everything is about to start. And if there's any lulls or gaps or whatever, we'll put the little music back on. All rise. All rise. Jurors enter. Ms. Slavic, you may proceed. AUSA Slavic. Let's go back. The 3 nights were part of a buildup. From fraud to coercion to finally force. Oh, they use all those 3 elements. Loud beeping. Beep, 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 beep. I apologize. Do you need to change the batteries? We've got technical difficulties right now. But notice Slavic says, from fraud to coercion to finally force. He's using all of them. All right, so You need to change the batteries. Might have some technical difficulties here. They're ironing those things out. Somebody ran out of batteries. They had an issue with the screens earlier today, too. So NBC News has reported that Diddy looks defeated during this morning's testimony. Defeated. Not confident, not cocky, not smiling, not arrogant, not like I'm going to beat this case. Not like mob bosses, not like a John Gotti that sits there and smiles and kind of laughs, thinks it's all funny and games. So confident that you're going to beat a case. He ultimately didn't beat a case, John Gotti, but just the behavior. We're not getting a cocky Diddy here. We're getting a Diddy that seems defeated, dejected. That was another word that was used. Dejected, defeated, pushed his chair back. Apparently, he passed the note over to Mark on his little note. Sticky things. Wonder what his children are thinking. Wonder what his supporters are thinking. All right, so yeah, that's what they're working through right now, these batteries, because I don't see any reports. Yep, courtroom deputy. Miss Slavic, do you need batteries? Double A's. Combs is still sitting with his chair pushed back. Now his legs are crossed, hands crossed. Oh. So Diddy's pushed back. He got his legs crossed and his hands crossed. Trying to hug himself. Slavic goes on to say, the house, Jane's house, the house, was just an example of defendant's financial coercion of Jane. Also goes on to say, also drugs. They came a necessary part of sex. Drugs. So the prosecution is saying that the house is defendant's financial coercion of Jane. The love contract, the house. Financial coercion. See the angle? Prosecution's now going on right here. We'll put it up. Stand by. Jane told you about Miami in 2024. He gave her liquid Molly. They showed you a video. They'll argue that she was super into it. But she was super, super high. His coercion included threats to release tapes of her having sex in hotel rooms. So what the prosecution is saying is the defense showed the jury a tape where Jane was into it. Prosecution saying that beforehand, Diddy gave her liquid Molly. So it appears she was into it, but she was super, super high. She was super, super high after taking liquid Molly. threats to release tapes of her having sex in hotel rooms. As she testified, he threatened to release these tapes to 50 Cent, baby's father. 50 Cent. Financial coercion over the payment of her house. Drugs necessary to part of having sex. Threats to release sex tapes. Getting her high. Liquid Molly. AUSA, Combs threatened to send sex tapes to Jane's child's father. This was to coerce her into more commercial sex acts. The defense has suggested that Jane agreed to these hotel nights. Let's talk about what agreeing means. Theirs is an incomplete picture. Meaning the defense's version of agreeing. Prosecution saying it's an incomplete picture. So now the jurors hear the prosecution's version about maybe some of these tapes. We don't know what tapes the jurors saw, but apparently the defense submitted to the jurors a tape of Jane with a freak off. Prosecution's trying to say, well, did he made her take Liquid Molly? So of course she's going to look like in the video she's with it. But did he made her take Liquid Molly? So she wasn't in the right state of mind. She was looking like she was enjoying it, but she was on drugs. That Diddy made her. So like that's the incomplete picture here. Just one example. An incomplete picture. So we'll get more on this. The love contract. Christy Slavic making the final push against Sean Combs. Right there, the prosecutor that you see right there. Coercion, both threats, force, fraud, financial. The prosecutor cited a hotel night in July of 2024 when Combs, and this is a new picture here, a new picture of Combs. Look at this. This is today. Look at this. What do you think Diddy's thinking right here? This is a new photo right here. We'll keep this up for a bit. The prosecutor cited a hotel night in July 2024. That's what we're talking about now, the hotel night in July 2024. So right after the assault. While the defense would suggest there's evidence Jane was a willing participant that evening, Slavic said otherwise. But what is really shown was that she was super high, super high, she says, super high during that free call. So the jury's going to see, or the jury saw a video that the defense submitted. Prosecutor saying she was super high off that. So you can see there, Brian Steele, Tenny Garagos, Alexandra Shapiro. You see Xavier Donaldson next to him. Seems like he might have the best relationship with either Brian Steele or Xavier Donaldson. All right. Here we go. We're going on to Cassie now. I believe they're done with Jane. Let's turn to volume 2. There's volume 2. We're going to talk about Cassie with several examples. All right, so they're done with Jane as far as the sex trafficking aspect. Now they're going to talk about Cassie. We're going on to Cassie. We're going to talk about Cassie with several examples. You know from sitting through this trial that force was not limited to these days. Through the decade they were together, he forced her to have sex with escorts. All right, so we're on Cassie now. Shifting to Cassie. Honing in on the age. I guess volume one was Jane. Now we're into volume 2. There's volumes. They got this thing in volumes. He forced her to have sex with escorts. Now check this out. Incoming. Cassie was 19. He was in his late 30s. He signed her to a 10-record deal. He took her on a yacht and gave her ecstasy. They had sex. They were in a relationship. She had just turned 21. The defendant was her boss, who called all the shots. Shot caller. It's all about the Benjamins. Shot caller, baller, shot caller. Right? I'm sure she's going to say that Cassie got groomed too, right? Oh, she's going on. He molded her. Remember molding? We heard that from David James. I can mold her. He molded her. He told Capricorn, let me show you. Then ordered Cassie around. She did it. Walk and turn around. Total compliance. He didn't take no for an answer. He was abusive. Physical, emotional, psychological, sexual. This is crazy. Well, remember, they honing in on 19, he's in the 30s, 17 years older. 17 years older, right? They flat out say that Diddy abused Cassie, both physical, emotional, psychological, sexual. It's like every form of abuse out there. I don't think you can list anything else, can you? And here's what Slavic says. She goes on. They want you to call this domestic violence. But he was forcing her to have freak-offs. He controlled everything. He controlled everything. He demanded that her nails be done a certain way on red carpets. He controlled everything. The Vanity Fair party in 214. Deontay Nash told you he shouted. So they even throw Deontay Nash's testimony in the mix. That's one thing they've been doing throughout this closing, is throw other people's testimony into it to corroborate what the it's brilliant by the prosecution right here, what they're doing here in their closing. Adding in people to validate what they've testified. Combs shouted. I told y'all she had to have her hair up. He wouldn't let her make money from her music. She was offered the chance to do a common video. Puff said no. He paid for her car, clothing, phones, and vacation. He made her dependent. He called the shots. He called the shots. While stopping her for any other opportunity, economic opportunity, totally dependent off him. Paid for a car, clothing, phones, and vacation. A form of control. Absolute power and control. And going into what's being said, before Jane, there was Cassie. Slavic said as she transitioned her closing arguments to tackle the sex trafficking charge related to allegations made by Cassie. Combs transported Ventura across state lines and international borders, harboring her at various places where freak-offs took place, the prosecution said. Ventura testified she never engaged with sex workers without drugs. Slavic told the jury that Combs supplied her with drugs, beat her, threatened her, and forced her to perform sex acts with escorts despite her shame over it all. So now we're on Cassie. Total control over her life. But it's not just with her. Check this out. He did it to her family too. After he found out she was with Kid Cudi, he demanded $20,000 from her parent to pay him back, or he'll release the sex tapes. But it goes on. Some new information here. Look at this. That month, in just this account, he had $3.2 million coming in and out. This was about control. This was about control. So he's demanding $20,000 from Cassie's family. And then when that came into his account, that was the same account that Diddy had $3.2 million in. And he's demanding $20K from Cassie's mom. And he has $3.2 million in that account. Coming in and out. That's new information. We did not hear that during the trial. I didn't hear that during the trial. I don't know if y'all did. Remember what Dr. Hughes said. When a victim is on unsure footing, the abuser has control. He punched her, kicked her, dragged her. When it was bad, he hid her in hotels to heal and not be seen, covering it up. You saw photos and video. D-Rock, Rube, I think that's Ruben, Paulie, they knew. They knew. Those guys knew. The bodyguards, they knew. Rico, they knew. Let me give you more context of what they were just saying. He regularly threatened it and beat her, and he supplied her with drugs and forced her to perform sex with escorts in front of him. It was her job and her shame. Combs took control over Cassie's life and her career. And as you've seen here, assault. D-Rock, Ruben, Paulie, they knew. They knew. They knew. Goes on, another incident. We heard this during the trial. He attacked her for attending a Prince party until Prince's security intervened. Mia and Myra Morales described abuse to you. Cassie told you when she got to the house, he threatened to release the sex tapes. He assaulted her in Jamaica. An international assault. Wow, folks. Oh my goodness. Okay, so prosecutors laying it out. They're reporting that Combs' 3 daughters are sitting behind him in the courtroom. And his mom was seen in the cafeteria during a lunch break, talking with journalists. Crazy, folks. We're into Cassie now. Here's another incident. And this is proof that D-Rock knew, that the prosecutors are saying. He beat her up in Las Vegas while she was curled up under the toilet. She said D-Rock cried. So D-Rock knew. There was his assault at the Intercontinental Hotel, caught on tape. Big tape, evidence. For Cassie, it was her normal. She was there when he attacked Mia, Devontae Nash, and Bana. So they're saying that, Diddy also assaulted others. I mean, why didn't they mention Kerry Morgan? Got her too. AUSA says Bana may have gotten the date wrong, but she had been injured. I don't know what this means, but this is put out. One time he has Cassie told guns for him. Maybe sold guns for him, told guns for him. That's out there. Hold. One time he has Cassie hold guns for him. The Diner and Suge Knight incident. Now we're describing the Diner and the Suge Knight incident. Cassie was in the house. She saw. Why didn't she leave? Dr. Hughes explained that hitting leads to fear. Fear. Why didn't she leave? Fear. Hitting leads to fear. Whew. Powerful. We're going to stay with this while we listen to this timeline here in real time. There's just so much. Violence leads to fear. And they're saying that Dr. Hughes explained that to the jurors. Why? She was in fear. Now we take you to South Africa. Goes on to say, even when Cassie was in South Africa, she could not get away. KK kept calling. D-Rock was loyal only to the defendant. Goes on to say, he played both sides. Talking about D-Rock, he played both sides. He talked to Cassie, then reported it back to the defendant. She about to ice up. I told her to chill out. So D-Rock is loyal only to the defendant. He played both sides. Everything that was discussed that Cassie would say to D-Rock, D-Rock would report it back to Diddy. It's crazy in this case, though, that D-Rock and KK and the others are being name dropped in here. It's clearly saying that they done crimes. A sign for things to come. Stay tuned. We're going to continue to get the update. But yeah, this is... Combs controlled Ventura's finances, withheld money and support to maintain power over her, the prosecutor said. Prosecutors say Combs controlled Ventura's career, piled her, supplied her with drugs, and forced freak-offs as part of the abuse. All right, now we take you to Malibu. Malibu. That was at South Africa. Now we're in Malibu. What the prosecution is laying out different places where this abuse happened, like different cities, even different countries, from Jamaica to South Africa to numerous cities throughout the United States. They met for dinner in Malibu. Then he essayed her on the living room floor. She said no. She cried. But he didn't take no for an answer. He essayed her. Seeing those powerful words right there, ladies and gentlemen. He wrote, I could tell I didn't turn you on yesterday. He wrote, that is, he essayed her. AUSA goes on. Because of the trauma bond, after the SA, she met him at a friend's party. Then they had sex. Consensual sex. This was a trauma bond. Trauma bond. Goes on to say, he had an MO. An hours-long performance. He masturbated and sometimes filmed. Just like with Jane. He had an MO. Just like with Jane. This is wild. She's laying it out. Goes on. And viewer discretion is advised. Sometimes the defendant told escort to urinate on her. Sometimes he urinated himself. Oh, man. Why? To turn himself on. She became drug addicted. Urination stuff is crazy. I mean, we talked about that when that was discussed before. Here she wrote, I love our freak offs when we both want it. Jurors, this is not an all or nothing situation. Prosecutor goes on. There were times he knew she didn't want to do it. That is sex trafficking. She obviously didn't want to have an escort urinate in her mouth while she laid on the floor. Let's talk about the videos. You've seen clips. You don't see weapons. You see her having sex, masturbating. The defendant is moving the camera around, and at times focuses on the escort, not Cassie at all. It's clear this was about his fantasy, not Cassie's. March 5th, 2016. In the Intercontinental Hotel. The video. All right, here we go. The video. Video being discussed. But that is interesting. They talked about that one incident. They're saying that Combs was focusing the camera not just on Cassie, but it was going to the escort. And the AUSA is like, yo, this is all about his fantasy, not Cassie's. It's all about him. It's all about him. All right, so now we're going into the Intercontinental Hotel, an explanation to the jurors. Before the Intercontinental Hotel, Cassie had a premiere. It was a big night for her. She agreed to a freak-off as damage control. Look at this. She says, I don't want you thinking I don't want to. She knows the defendant won't take no for an answer. The defendant won't take no for an answer. Whew, it's heavy. So much, just so much. Here we go. The defendant gets Jules to come. You know what happens. An argument. The defendant hits Cassie in the face. All she can think about is her premiere. She takes off without her shoes. They're playing the video right now. They're playing the video again. He throws her to the ground. Horrible. We know all about this 216 Intercontinental video. We've seen it over and over. We know what happened here. horrible to see. Jurors are seeing the video again while the prosecutor is describing in detail what's happening for the jurors to remember again. This has been played numerous times throughout the trial. The Intercontinental Assault 216. He throws her to the ground. He kicks her, then drags her back to the room where Jules is waiting. Why is the dragging relevant? Because Jules is there. It's crazy. Freak-offs have multiple sessions. There were between sessions. He leaves her. But he takes her bags. But she doesn't follow him. Talking about this incident. Just think about this. Think about this. Sessions. Prosecutor says, instead, Cassie is using the phone in the elevator lobby. The defendant is making another conscious decision to take the bags into the room, then come back for Cassie with his hands free. He grabs her phone. Then makes the decision to stay. Oh, whoa. Incoming. Check this out. He stays even though he is in a towel and looks ridiculous. Prosecutor says he looked ridiculous. After Flores arrives, he stalls in the hall. He knows Jules is still in the room, possibly naked. Hell, the prosecution flat out said he looks ridiculous with the towel. The defense claims he took back drugs that day, but the defense claims he took drugs that day, but you can see he is in control. Cassie just wanted to get her bag and phone and leave. The defendant offered Flores money. The first bribe, as they described, the first bribe. Attempted bribe. Goes on to say, this is a photo of Jane in the car back to her house. She's wearing sunglasses. She got a black eye. He was using force to get Cassie to continue with the freak off. Force. Key word, force. He was using force to get Cassie to continue with the freak off. And by the way, photo of Cassie. He put Jane, but it's really Cassie. The defense may tell you the violence was not connected to the sex, but it was an attempt to get Cassie to continue with the freak off. Later, she wrote to him, "I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child." There were freak-offs in New York with Daniel Phillip. So now we're shifting to New York. We're away from the Intercontinental Hotel now. I think we moved past that. Daniel Phillip was not paid for his time. This is a ridiculous argument. In one freak-off between sessions, the defendant told Cassie to come to the bedroom. She kept using the computer. The defendant threw a bottle, dragged her, then slapped her. Specific details, folks. Woo! It's going to keep going and going. Daniel Phillip heard Combs yell, B, when I tell you to come here, you come here. B-I-T-C-H. When I tell you to come here, you come here. After that, Daniel Phillip could not perform. The prosecution says, but a completed act is not required for sex trafficking by federal law. This is sex trafficking. Folks, all out there, anyone out there that thinks they're going to sex traffic someone, I just want to say, completed act is not a requirement. Now we're shifting to the Cannes Film Festival. The prosecutor's doing is going to locations to locations to locations. Cannes Film Festival. By the way, we're jumping to another country. The defendant accused Cassie of stealing his drugs. He threw her off the boat that they were staying on. Mia heard an audio of this, recognized the voices. They flew back to New York. She traded seats to get away. But he followed and showed her the freak off videos. Extortion. You're not going to leave me. I got the videos. Don't you ever think you're going to run away from me. I got the videos. I control you. I own you. This has been testified, right? All the freak off of the plane to try to, get a different seat. He follows her onto the plane, into the seat, gets next to her, starts showing her freak off videos. He threatened to release the sex tapes. When they got to New York, they had a freak off. This is another example of clear-cut coercion. He threw her off a boat without her passport. He wanted Cassie to be afraid to say no to him. Don't you say no to me. That's where he's at. It's crazy. Now, we heard all this. Prosecutor is reminding the jury, talking about incidents, numerous incidents around the world. Diddy's threatening to release the sex tapes on the plane back to New York. And then when they get back to New York, they have a freak off. You can't say no to me. NBC reports the prosecution nearing the end as the third quarter closes. We're in the fourth quarter. We'll call it the fourth quarter. NBC calls this the end of the third quarter. We're into the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter. So they've been going. She's been going. See what else they say. We're at 2:35 p.m. Eastern. Probably go to 3 in that range. Maybe a little after 3. Bombshell stuff. He wanted Cassie to be afraid to say no to him. Complete control. And she was afraid to say no to him, right? Yeah. Prosecution previously said there was no place safe for Cassie. Combs's inner circle helped him keep Ventura under his thumb anytime she tried to escape, the prosecutor told the jury. Prosecutor told the jury that there was no safe space for Ventura as Combs exerted his control over her and threatened her with violence. One of Combs's bodyguards may have iced her injuries, but he was ultimately playing both sides, the prosecutor said, as he reported everything back to Combs. Going on here, Cassie said, I didn't know what no would mean, what no would turn into. He could be violent. And he was. The defense said Cassie made a choice every day to stay with him. Step back. Imagine yourself as Cassie. This was the force. This was the leverage. This was the force. This was the leverage. This is, this is hitting hard on the jury. Think about this. Jurors probably have daughters, right? Some of those jurors probably have daughters. Prosecutor laying it all out as we go through everything that is being said to this jury. This was the force. This was the leverage. I'll go on and say this is insane. Like crazy. Insane. This is just... There were the drugs. The numbing of drugs. She needed that buffer. Yes, some of the messages are explicit. That doesn't mean she wanted to have sex with an escort at a freak off. In 2009, he wrote, "You're supposed to be seducing me all day." Like he's a sex addict. Demands. He already set demands in 2009. He wrote, "You're supposed to be seducing me all day." Like not giving her a choice at all. He molded her. Remember that. Continue to see here. Prosecution might be wrapping up soon. I think we got about 20 minutes or so left. Cassie told the defendant she didn't want to do freak offs. She said no. That's what the prosecutors are saying. Take her birthday party. Deontay Nash told you about. He demanded she freak off, and she did. Goes on to say, what choice did Cassie have in the end? She did not have the freedom to make voluntary adult choices. Prosecutors cooking here. He spent the entire flight holding Cassie captive and making her watch videos that he had made of freak-offs and threatening to release them the prosecutor said. She felt scared. She felt trapped. When Mr. Combs then demanded a freak off in New York, Miss Slavic said Miss Ventura didn't believe she had a choice. All right, AUSA. Going back to the counts. Count one. Going back to count one. Rico. Rico. Let's go back to count one for a minute. While it was the defendant in the freak-offs, but he had help from KK, D-Rock, Fahim. They knew it was wrong. Okay, so now we're going back to co-defendants, future co-defendants. He had help. And the prosecution saying, yeah, defendant was in the freak-offs. But he had help from KK, D-Rock, and Fahim. How did they facilitate? KK got strange men access to rooms the defendant and Cassie shared. KK got Clayton Howard, Dave, access to the room. Jonathan Perez found the video of Cassie having sex with an escort. He showed it to KK. She knew. KK knew. Fahim saw it too. Fahim got drugs to the defendant even during the freak-offs. Between sessions. Going into the others, how they knew. Goes on to say on February 18th, 2024, after Jane told KK, KK still sent stuff for Wild King Nights. D-Rock iced Cassie's black eyes. It would be absurd to think D-Rock didn't know what they were doing. Of course he knew. I expect the defense will say they didn't know. What do you think? You think they knew? You think they knew? Of course they knew. You know that. I know that. The whole world knows that. They knew. They knew. We've used the word deliberate indifference. I've used it over and over when it comes to KK. Deliberate indifference. But the prosecution is now bringing the others involved here, circling it back to D-Rock, Fahim, and KK. Notice those four: Diddy, KK, D-Rock, and Fahim. Four. Those are the four major players here in this entire RICO. Those are the four people. AUSA goes on and says, David James saw a stranger. Deontay Nash, he saw one. Jonathan Perez saw a video of Jane having sex with another man while the defendant watched. Interstate travel for prostitution? The defendant paid escorts. He calls the travel. He sometimes booked it. Did he? Prosecution says, interstate travel for prostitution, ? The defendant paid escorts. He calls the travel. He sometimes booked it himself. Check this out. This is where it even gets more damaging for Diddy. She elaborates more, the prosecutor. She says, the transportation counts do not require force, fraud, or coercion, even if all are consented. We know that's not true. It's still a crime. It's just knowing transportation with the intent the individual engaged in prostitution. Wow. Unbelievable here. Even if all consented, it's still a crime. It's just knowing transportation with the intent that the individual engages in prostitution. It's a crime. This is exactly what me personally been saying throughout this entire trial. Fact that these prostitutes, escorts, entertainers crossed interstate lines to perform sex acts, it's a crime. It's a crime. You can't get around it. It's a crime. Saying that over and over at this trial. It's you can't get around it, Diddy. You can't get around that. Even per se, if Sly was with it and Jane was with it, you still committed a crime. All of you technically, but Diddy, he committed a crime. Can't just pick up your phone and use your credit card and use your banking, get somebody up on a plane and fly them across interstate lines for sex. It's a crime. It's what the prosecution is telling the jury. It's a crime. For count 3, we're on count 3. They're discussing count 3. Freak-offs involving Cassie. The escort's travel was often booked by travel agents. Powerful stuff. She remembered Dave, Clayton Howard. He would travel from New York to Miami or LA. Another escort traveled to Ibiza. Exhibit GX1402. My goodness. You don't even understand how bad this is for Diddy. Now they're showing an exhibit, GX1402. It appears this was Jules Theodore at the London Hotel in New York City. The defendant, Diddy, asks for Jules's name for the ticket. The defendant himself asking for Jules's name for the ticket. The defendant's American Express showed he paid for a car. There's the $2,000 bill from the London hotel. The defendant texted, "I will tip you." For what? Sex. So, prosecution's telling the jurors right now about one incident where Diddy himself is paying for all this travel for Jules Theodore into the London hotel. From his own American Express card with Diddy communicating with Jules himself. Sex or sex. The NBC News just put out this a minute ago. It defies logic that Combs' inner circle didn't know. And the prosecutor pointed out that KK got sex workers to the hotel rooms and that she did damage control. Combs' head of security mentioned to Combs' former assistant who helped buy drugs for Combs. They knew what was happening and they helped him do it. We're talking about D-Rock, Fahim, and KK in particular. the inner circle. It's 4 of them. It's 4 of them. Really, the hardcore ones are the 4 ones. It's 4 of them. All right, so we're waiting for the next update. This is some crazy stuff. Prosecutor says Combs' staff and security enabled sex trafficking. Just like with everything else, Diddy did not do it alone, she says. He needed help getting drugs for the freak-offs, getting cash to pay the escorts, and he needed to keep Cassie and Jane in line. For those things, he turned to his most loyal lieutenants. They knew what he was doing, and they helped him do it. I almost can go and say, period. I would think that his entire inner circle right there is just, I can't imagine what they're thinking right now. They should be very, 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 very afraid. If they offered a chance to cooperate and they refused, oh goodness, they're doomed. Because the prosecution's coming for them next. They're coming for them, if not already. It could be stuff already filed under seal. And they just want to get this over with and then go on to the 3 others. D-Rock, Fahim, and KK at the very least. Might be more too, anyone. Those people. Just like with everything else, Sean Diddy Combs, did not do it alone. He needed help getting drugs for the freak-offs, getting cash to pay the escorts. We just crossed the 3 o'clock hour. He needed help keeping Cassie and Jane in line. For those things, he again turned to his most loyal lieutenant. KK, Combs' chief of staff, helped set up hotel rooms and get strange men access to the rooms, the prosecutor said. All right, so we got more. So for count 3, and you saw this, the Jonathan Perez incident. One of Combs' assistants saw a video of Jane having sex with an escort. KK interrogated him about it. But the prosecution is going now, talking about for count 3, the defendant is guilty for this incident alone on count 3, the Jules incident. Just the Jules incident for Diddy arranging for Jules to get to the London hotel. Just on this incident alone, the prosecution is saying the defendant is guilty under count 3. But there's more. More Jules at the London hotel, starting at 7 a.m. Consider this. Paul going to the Turks. The defendant says, how should I pay? He paid for Paul's travel to the Turks for sex. Prosecution's going hard right here. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. The prosecution is laying out. It's laying it out each incident here, man. And we're all on like count 3. I guess this is another count 3 type incident with Paul. Traveling to the Turks for sex. Talking about Paul, the trainer. Paul Arthur. The personal trainer. Actually, the Shaquille O'Neal of the freak-offs, right? Remember him? He's the Shaquille O'Neal of the freak-offs. Doesn't get more powerful than this. It really doesn't. I mean, this is whew. He could be guilty on count 3 just on one incident. Just one alone. Because there's so much out of it. He's paying for Jules' travel to the London hotel, car, tips, money, his correspondence with Jules used against him. All right, so we're probably going to get more information right here about Paul. Waiting for the update on that. Prosecution reviews travel plans for sex workers. Interstate transportation for prostitution, 2 of the 5 counts against Combs, is likely the least talked about part of the case, and that's reflected as Slavic saves it for just the last portion of her closing arguments. Slavic reviewed travel records for sex workers who were flown out across the country for Combs's freak-offs. She went over the payments as well, which were all put on American Express card that belongs to Diddy. Diddy's American Express card. She's showing different people. Now we're at Reggie. So she's showing proof with these records about Paul traveling to the Turks for sex, including correspondence Diddy had with Paul regarding that. Now we take you to from Las Vegas to LA. Here, Reggie, we got a Reggie, flew from Las Vegas to LA for sex. He is never tired. Jane sent $1,100 via Cash App. $4,000 of damage. The hotel staff found bodily fluids on the floor. Prosecutor says it couldn't be clearer. And whatever else was in between there is what they're sharing, but they show records. Jules, New York, Paul, Turks and Caicos, Reggie from Vegas to LA. It's 3 right there. Prosecutor now talking about KK. KK. Every time KK helped arrange travel for the Wild King Knights, she was part of the crime. Oh. Prosecutor just dropped a nuke on KK. Look at that. Look at that. I'll read it again. Every time KK helped arrange travel for the Wild King Knights, she was part of the crime. She may not have liked it, but she did it. KK set up travel for a Wild King Night in Vegas. Now they're playing Combs' voice. The wildest Wild King Night in Vegas. They just played Diddy's voice, bragging about the wildest Wild King Night in Vegas. AUSA says KK knows. KK knows. There's more on KK. More on KK coming out. KK helped Cabral book his travel. Combs asks her for cash. She knows exactly what is going on. She knows exactly what is going on. She facilitated travel for the escorts. Prosecutor says each is a racketeering act. You only need to find 2 acts. Just here alone, there are dozens. Afternoon break. Judge, okay, we're on break. It's not over. We're all on a break. It's not over. She's still going. Break. Breaking news. We're on break. But man, oh man, this is insane. Powerful closing by AUSA Slavic. She's firing off, but she's reminding the jurors, like, each of these incidents, like, just so many acts. She's like, with the racketeering, you only need to find 2 acts. Just here, there are dozens. Holy smokes, folks. So we are on break. Not over. Closing still is going on. We might go here to like 4 o'clock. Might be here for 4 o'clock. I'm going to go heat this up. I'll be back in about a minute. We are on break. Continuous coverage. We'll see what else gets revealed. KK's in trouble. Holy moly. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to heat this up. Stay tuned. We are on break, probably 10-minute break. We're still rolling with this. We're still rolling. Stand by. All right, welcome back, folks. We are on break. It's continuing. Holy smokes. I got myself another cup of coffee. Hopefully you did too. We look like we're going to be here for a little bit more while. They're not done yet. I thought they were going to be done by 3. But here we are. Here we are. Back for the attack. I'm going to read some of the colored comments here. Rosie Rose 80, thank you very much for that. Tara Nicole, thank you very much for that. SG 107 007. Blue Angels are awesome. Thank you very much. Melissa Kessler, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates. We appreciate new members coming in. Me, Jay, my gut, when the guilty verdict is passed down, he will have an outburst. That is interesting. Me, Jay said the comment earlier. I don't know if you're still in here, Me, Jay. I'm reviewing some of the comments because we're on the break. But that is interesting. If there's a verdict, will he go on some sort of tirade or go, yeah, like, I don't know. Will he just like, I'm innocent, or make a statement before being dragged out by marshals? Possibility. Strong possible. We don't know. We don't know what he's going to say. Or was lawyers just like, shut up, appeal. We don't know. But this is. Thank you for the comment. See, rescuing our community said earlier, there's people with different perspectives, said he was not forcing her to have freak-offs. She lied about that, and the U.S. attorney knows she did. The prosecutor's misconduct here is ever exposed will be huge. So some people feel like the prosecution is, misconduct is happening with this. Wow. Come on in, folks. JLR Investigates. We are here on a break. Combs arranged and paid for male escorts to travel for hotel nights with Jane, the prosecutor said. Laying down Sly, laying down Paul, laying down Reggie, Jules. So much. And we're not done yet. We are not done yet. Court takes a break at the 4-hour mark. The court is on a 3:15 15-minute break as Slavic hits the 4th hour of her closing arguments. 4 hours. They said 4 hours each, right? She already went past that 4 hours. What breaks? We've been on here, what now, for 6 hours. And we'll continue to listen. I think she's doing a phenomenal job, and we're not even in the courtroom, and I think she's doing great by just listening to what's being pumped out. Prosecutors have indicated their closing arguments will take another hour. Whoa! So what, by here like 4:30? The court's on a short break. Just so everyone knows. Might be here another hour. Hey, I'm with it. You with it? I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm 100% with it. Hopefully y'all are too, as we continue to see what's being said. In the case of Sean P. Diddy Combs, man. KK. My goodness, KK. Like, prosecutors in the closing is pretty much, you committed crimes, KK. You committed crimes yourself. You knew. This is really good. This is, this is good. This is good. This is good. This is so good. Escorts named Paul, Cabral, Reggie, Jules from the agency Cowboys for Angels were among the go-to hires for Combs, Slavic said. She even dropped the Cowboys for Angels. They frequently travel to meet with Combs and his girlfriend, often making a mess where they stayed, according to the prosecutor. The jury was reminded of a text Jane sent to Combs telling him of bodily fluid stains left at the London Hotel, West Hollywood. They showed travel records, some of the places that were just discussed during the last hour with these male escorts: Los Angeles, Miami, New York, Atlanta, the Turks and Caicos Islands, Ibiza. So many different places. So many. So many. We've heard control, we've heard abuse, we've heard about the freak-offs, we've heard about the sex trafficking of both Jane and Cassie, and a climate of fear. These are some of the summaries of what has been discussed in this closing. And it's not over, folks. Thank you, SG. I appreciate that. 007, thank you. Thank you. You're from Northern Ireland, right? Northern Ireland. That's what I remember you saying, Northern Ireland. Right? Am I wrong? Am I right? This is international, my friends. Hey, Ladybug got a free membership. Somebody hooked her up. Thank you, Ladybug. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Yes, Northern Ireland. I remember, SG. Extradite KK. Where's KK? Any KK sightings? KK, are you out there? Are you out there, KK? My goodness. After today, she might be in hiding. Looks like the prosecution is 100% coming for her next. I'm sure she was offered something, maybe not, maybe something offered, but she refused because she was trying to get out of being prosecuted, period, like some of the other associates with complete immunity. Maybe KK was trying to say, I need immunity. I want immunity. I'll testify, but you give me 100% immunity. And the prosecutors are like, no. You can get 5K1, substantial assistance, but you're going to go do some time here, KK. You just can't walk away unscathed here. No matter how much you talk about, you're going to do some time, KK. And KK probably communications maybe with the government broke down. I'm just saying hypothetically. Because the other ones, they got immunity, but they're like low on the totem pole here. The four. We've heard the four. KK, the right brain of Diddy, D-Rock, and Fahim. Any deal offered with any of them is going to require prison time for the three others. At least some prison time. At least you can't just sit there and say, based on what we heard here. And plus, there's also a thing called with the co-defendants, sentencing discrepancies or between other co-defendants. So the Diddy people could argue, well, how are you going to get KK to get no jail time? You're giving me life. And KK is like right there. KK was probably the feds got to her, and probably there was some sort of something maybe. And KK just said, no, I'm not going to testify. No, unless you give me for, immunity. That's the only theory. That's a theory that I'm thinking. It would be a slap in the face to all victims out there, including Cassie and Jane and Mia and everyone, Bana, if KK would have testified and she would have got completely off the hook where she didn't have to serve any time. That would be egregious. It wouldn't be fair to Diddy either. If Diddy's getting a life sentence and KK's testified, but she gets no time. You know, Sammy the Bull Gravano testified against John Gotti, but Sammy the Bull Gravano had to do some time. He had to do some time. He got a sweet deal for all the murders, but he had to do some time. I personally think KK deserves a life sentence too. With Diddy. Personally, my opinion. So I'm sure they offered her something, but it did require some prison time. Testimony, maybe 10 years, a 10 piece. For her, 10. We shall see, though. We shall see. We'll know this down the line because we'll see what happens down the line. But we're here, folks. We're back. We're waiting for this break, and then break to end, and then we're back. We're back. I'm pumped. I'm not even tired. Not tired. Are you tired? I'm not. Not tired. Jody, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates. Is that Jella Vault? Thank you. Very very grateful. Thank you very much. Jella Vault. Crystal, thank you for renewing your membership. I don't know why it doesn't automatically renew, but the fact that you renewed it, very grateful. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you for renewing and just being here and hanging out. Really, really, really appreciate you. Crazy Woman, I see you. Thank you. Kiki, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Could y'all stomach what you're hearing? Did y'all have a good lunch? Combs' ex-chief of staff knowingly arranged Wild King nights. Cash and escorts, jury told. We'll read this report. This just came out by CNN. Knowingly and willingly. Prosecutors like to throw that around on the federal level. Knowingly. KK facilitated travel for escorts and ensured Combs received thousands of dollars in cash when he requested it during and after hotel nights. At times, it seemed like KK was disapproving. That didn't matter. She knew exactly what was happening, the prosecutor said, and made sure the defendant had everything he needed. The jury listened to an audio message Combs sent to KK. I want them to hunt for the sexiest, most unapologetic Wild King sex room in Vegas. Holy smokes. That's a tongue twister. That's a tongue twister right there. KK responded, is Paul coming to Vegas too? Combs frequently hired Paul for hotel nights with Jane. Who? My goodness. Yeah, KK. Prosecutor says you knew. You giving out statements saying you don't know. Apparently you do know, KK. And you know a lot. And you're involved. You're involved. Hey, Ameripride 7777XXX. 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. 5 new members of JLR Investigates. Ameripride 7777XXX. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Franny D. Franny DB. Thank you very much. Welcome to media. 64 San Jose. It's been a crazy 30 days. Absolutely. 31 days. It's been a crazy month. It's been a crazy month. Literally. We've had some pretty busy months, but this is one of our busiest months in a while. We've had similar crazy months, but yes, it has been just a crazy month. But this case, 31 days that we've been covering court sessions. This is day 31. So really, in reality, we're going to be brought into like about 35 days or so, probably. Tomorrow will be 32, Monday 33, Tuesday 34, 35, 36, 37. We could have 34 to 37 days. I think we'll have a resolution I still think we'll have a resolution. It's clear cut here. It's really nothing to debate. Prosecutor even used the word clear cut. This is clear cut. I don't know what crime she said. There were so many. This is clear cut. A crime. Clear cut. A crime has been committed. Right? Yeah. So we passed the 4-hour mark of her. We should be getting this party started again. We're in overtime. How about that? As they said, 4 hours, 4 quarters. We're in overtime. Overtime is still going on. So really the prosecutor goes 5. And the judge said today is a short day compared to tomorrow. They really want the jurors to go home and listen to this overnight. When does this go to the jury? Late tomorrow or Monday. That's what's the talk. I do think there will be some rebut. Don't know how much rebut. Just depends on how the defense goes. If the prosecution feels they need to rebut, they might not rebut. They might feel like it's just so weak that the defense, because think about this, the defense didn't bring on any witnesses. Prosecution went on for 6 weeks. Defense presented 30 minutes of communications, and then they rested. Slavic said, KK knows. And I like how Slavic calls her KK. Listen, like, I guess it's easier to say KK than Christina Karam. It's just easier to say, hey, just refer them as KK, just like Mr. Butler, D-Rock, Fahim. The inner circle likes to call Fahim Fa, F-A-H. Mr. Fix-It. Mr. Fix-It. So we are here. We're here. Come on in. It's not over. We should be getting back up in here any second. Hey, I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's do this. Let's get this party started. Let's continue the party. Won't stop. Party won't stop. We won't stop. Judge is back. Jury's back. We're back. All right. We're back. All right. Break is over. We're back.
So if you're wrong, just apologize, African Diddy. What's the problem?
You got drunk at the video party, and you started saying some bullshit. I'm not feeling it.
What happened? What happened? They arguing about that?
Something happened at the Diddy party. I'm the wrong black man. I'm the wrong black man messing with. I'm the wrong black man in America. I'm saying again.
No,
You don't know me like that.
No, you don't know me, and that's what the problem was. That's what the problem was. That's what the problem was. And you thought it was going to be Showtime at the Apollo, but not with me. Not with me. Not with me. Because he was wrong. And then I catch you over here running your mouth to somebody like she know what the fuck going on. She don't know. She don't know. That's right.
Like fuck y'all, just get the like on 1,000. Ooh, shit, earth your shit, bro. Earth your shit. She done earth some shit. To say that, who to say earth? She said I should earth your shit. He put some shit on earth. Why would she describe it that way? She said I could hit you. She said I should earth your shit. I wonder what he said. What he did, man. We gonna get the story from him in a minute. Diddy trial, y'all live. African Diddy and Sis going in. I don't know what the hell's going on, but we gonna get down to the bottom what the hell happened. Cause this is hot. So I don't know. So let's get it started. No, my bad.
If y'all was out here, y'all said you was sitting there right there with Mecca. How many hours this nigga tried to act like he wanted to pretend he helped take my press? You were sitting right there. You were sitting right there. So what turned you from getting the press to now? Oh, Lauren LaRosa wanted me. Okay, Tisa Tales wanted me. No, let me go. You want to do shit for live? Where's Tisa Tales? Where's Lauren LaRosa from the Breakfast Club that you claimed wanted you oh so bad, but you was turning them down because you from Africa and you like all of this and all of that?
No, he didn't say that.
Nah, he said all of that.
But Tisa and Lauren LaRosa.
He said all of that.
Wanted him and Tisa Tales wanted him. Tisa Tales pulled him to the side. He thought it was going to be an interview. Candy.
Hold on, Candy. Hold on, right now. Hold on, Candy. Wait. Hold on. Look at Candy looking at her. Hold on, Candy. Just wait. Look at Candy. Hold on, Candy.
Right here.
Hold on, Candy.
This nigga said Tisa Tales wanted him. Okay, she pulled him to the side around back. He thought it was going to be an interview, but then she was like, "Oh, you know, I'm single. I'm looking for somebody. I've been looking at you. You from Africa. You know that's a different type of man." Yada 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 yada. But it was bullshit. Now all of a sudden, Laura LaRosa from the Breakfast Club want him. Oh, what I gotta do?
Not Lolo. She love me.
Hello.
Hello, Rosa. But I told all y'all ass in public. At least I told y'all all.
Listen. Right. What I gotta do, African Diddy? What I gotta do? I gotta gain like 40, 50 more pounds. What I gotta do? Then he thought that I wasn't want to say shit. He was on the side trying to pull some innocent lady who don't know shit about shit into it. Thought he was gonna throw salt on my name. So I came up on that ass because you know what the fuck is up, bitch.
Yeah, man. That's what I said. Is apologize, African Diddy. You won't.
You try to sit here and make it seem like I was fucking niggas out here.
Oh, that's crazy.
Ain't nobody.
Oh, that's nasty work.
He did this shit on live. Well, that's why I went off.
That's wrong, African Diddy. Apologize, bruh.
Fucking whore.
Apologize, bruh.
Ain't nobody out here know what my shit even smell like, bitch.
That's crazy.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
African Diddy, come on, man. Apologize, man. You gotta stop. You gotta apologize, African Diddy. Come on, bruh. Come on, man. You gotta keep the peace, brother. You gotta apologize if you got to apologize, brother. We ain't got to be doing this, African Diddy.
I'm more American than anyone in America. I'm more American than anyone in America.
Start calling me crazy for the lady doing the fucking ludicrous move, bitch. Get out the way. Oh, I saw your true colors when that lady was there. But everybody was out here when this bitch shoved me. But now I'm crazy. Man, get the fuck out of here. Bitch, you remember you thought you were going to pull some lady.
Crazy. It's over, bro. It's over. It's over. Nah, we don't have to do all of this. But I don't know. When somebody probably like, I don't know what's going on. I really don't know, bro. This is to be crazy out here. You see, I begin a minute to say, yo, Jet, what's going on? Let's get down to the bottom of it. I'm happy, y'all. Come on. Africa did he maintain he didn't do nothing. Big Mike says that he did. Big Mike's not lying on him, obviously. So he obviously did something. But then he said that he was with my baby mama. I got to cut him. I got beef with this nigga now. Lower the Russia. It's my baby. That's my BM. It's my BMW. Ain't nobody test driving that, homie. It's my BMW, nigga. Dumb. It's my baby moms with a wifey promise, homie, on the end. My BMW, don't do that. No, I got to cut him now. Jesus. Take my hand, Jesus. This nigga playing with my baby. See what I mean? Nigga lied on LaRosa said. Lauren LaRosa and Tisa Tells was touching him saying, oh, I want a man, but he said he's from Africa and all of that. Bro. Tisa Tell looked like fucking, who the fuck is big and tall? To this fucking King Kong or some shit. Whoever is tall to this nigga. Tisa Tell's like this to this nigga. Straight. I'm telling you. This nigga's 5'4" with black eyes. You know 5'5" with brown eyes? This nigga's 5'4" black eyes. Straight, son. Straight. He said Tisa put hands on him when they grabbed him by like this. Yo, come here, I need you. I need you, African Diddy. Allegedly, you running a city. What? And he didn't challenge that. If you don't, I'm in court all day. If you don't challenge something, an argument, then the person wins the argument. Even though sometimes you can leave it be because it's an argument now. But I'll say, no, I did not. I don't have to keep going. No, I didn't. No, I did not say that. That's all you have to say. But at least say something. Don't let the person just win all the way. Just say, I didn't say that. So at least you said that. You don't have to argue and defend it. No, I'm just going to say, no, you didn't win the argument. I told you I did not do that. I told you that wasn't true. Whether you were listening or not.
Forced labor. Slavic goes on to say, Cassie and Jane were on call to perform freak-offs for the defendant whenever he wanted, wherever he wanted. He used force or threats of force. This is forced labor. He would say, let's finish on a high note, then push through. You're not tired, are you? He said Cassie and Jane were on call to perform freak-offs for the defendant whenever he wanted, wherever he wanted. And then play mind games with them. Let's finish on a high note. Let's push through. You're not tired, are you? After 4 days. Plus, at times. Some of them has been testified throughout this trial. Back freak-offs. Jane, multiple men. that how you're supposed to treat your workers? Did he? I don't think so. Don't think so. And I just want to take you back here. It doesn't matter that the men consented to these sex acts, or even that Ventura and Jane sometimes did. The prosecutor said it's still a crime. Doesn't matter that the men consented to these sex acts, or even that Ventura and Jane's were sometimes did. Sometimes, even if they sometimes did, where the defense wants to say they consented all the time. But even if you want to go with the defense's notion by saying, oh, they consented all the time, prosecutors emphasizing it's still a crime. Slavic, it took weeks to recover for these freak-offs. That's forced labor. KK kept setting up hotel rooms and flights. Let's turn to Mia. She worked for Combs. Finally at Revolt. She went 5 days without sleep. Combs SA'd her. That's what the prosecutor just said. That's turning Mia. So even Mia in the mix. Combs SA'd her multiple times. Mia working 5 days right off the rip. Mia, right when she went up there to New York to work, like she literally went right to work and she was like working for days without any sleep. Now we're getting into Mia. She testified that he SA'd her multiple different times. Goes on to say about Mia. He put his hand up her dress. He came into her bedroom and penetrated her. He came into the closet and forced her to perform oral sex on him. Mia. There was a time in the bathroom of a private jet she can't fully remember. Repeated traumatic events. Repeated traumatic events. So interesting that the prosecution here is laying out all those essays that Mia testified during the trial. Including that closet, the private jet. Nancy, Thank you very much. I just saw that popped up. Thank you so much, Nancy. Thank you. Very grateful. Thank you. Thank you, JLR, for all your hard work, keeping us informed on this evil person's trial. I had no idea this crap went on. Me neither, Nancy. Not behind the scenes, not on this level. Not at all. No way. None. I feel so bad for all these victims. Been praying for all of them. Thank you, Nancy. We're going to be praying for the victims too. Nancy, I had no idea this was going on behind the scenes like this. No. Repeated traumatic events. Slavic goes on to say, with Mia, she was clear as a bell, even under cross-examination. She performed labor and services, including sexual services. Labor and services, including sexual services. See what I mean? It all chimes into forced labor. Labor and services, including sexual services. Goes on to say, he threw her against the wall and slammed the door on her arm. She saw violence at Prince's party and on the Turks. We haven't even gotten to Capricorn Clark yet. She's another one that's going to be talked about shortly. He even talked about Capricorn Clark. But yeah, Mia, all of them. Forced labor. Four victims here of forced labor. Jane and Cassie, Mia, and Capricorn Clark. When it comes to forced labor. Slavic goes on to say, when they were in South Africa, check this out, KK. KK told Mia, if you don't call him in 10 minutes, you don't have a job. Remember that? Hurry up. You better call him or you don't have a job. Yeah, KK. All involved with this. He has all the power and control. All the power and the control. Goes on to say, she knew she couldn't say no. Even to the little things. Mia knew that her job was to protect the defendant. Forced labor. SA. Crimes. Crimes. All right, so we're up on that aspect here. Let's continue to read on. The government considers Cassie and Jane to be victims of forced labor for having been coerced or made to participate in days-long sex parties with male escorts. The infamous freak-offs at the heart of this trial. Both women were pushed in performing into sleep-deprived sessions, according to prosecutors. Even when they were in pain from frequent urinary tract infections or just not feeling up to it. This was work. AOSA Slavic said this was work. This was work. They got sores, they got sick, they got infections. Both women testified they regularly got urinary tract infections from freak-offs, and to the point where antibiotics were ineffective. Sad. Slavic, human resource, was for Combs, HR. She couldn't go to the police due to Combs's power. The threats left her with no options. Mia. Prosecutor goes on to say, I expect you're going to hear that she could have left. That she told Combs she loved him. Mia pulled no punches. There were high highs. Mia. So the prosecutor's giving Mia a voice right here in this closing. That's why it was important for Mia to testify, because she has her own story. She's part of the mix too. AUSA goes on to say, and low lows. Capricorn Clark had an issue with overtime. She took the issue to the head of human resources, Vashta Wilson. Ooh, Vashta Wilson. Vashta Wilson just got name dropped by the prosecutor. Now, it's interesting that Vashta Wilson gets mentioned by the prosecutor when you know, if you've been following this trial, Diddy was expected to bring Vashta Wilson on as a defense witness, the very first person, but they declined to do so over the weekend. It's interesting that she gets mentioned here where Capricorn Clark had an issue with overtime. She took the issue to Vashta. But HR, Vashta, was the defendant's puppet. You see why Diddy didn't put Vashta Wilson up on the stand? It's a reason Diddy didn't put any witnesses, because the cross would have been brutal. And here you go right here, ladies and gentlemen, with the cross. If Vashta would have came up on the stand, probably this is what she would have been crossed about. If she would have been put up on the stand. But they didn't. They decided not to pull that trigger and bring no witnesses, including Vashta, who was mentioned. She was the first one that was supposed to be the defense witness. And now she's just mentioned here where the prosecutor saying Capricorn Clark had an issue with overtime, forced labor, took it to HR. And now they're saying HR was the defendant's puppet. Vashta Wilson was the defendant's puppet. There's more. The defendant and Uncle Paulie threatened her in Central Park. Remember that? She testified about that. And the lie detector test. And taking the kid Cuddies. So herself, Capricorn Clark, I mean, she's really the center. I mean, Cassie was kidnapped, but Capricorn Clark was kidnapped not only once, but twice. 2 separate incidents in 2 different jurisdictions, both in California and New York. And she was the one that was subjected to a lie detector test in one of those kidnappings. She didn't take the lie detector test or fail, she'd be thrown in the East River by Diddy's people. And she was also taken to Kid Cudi's. Forced labor here. Forced labor is being discussed. And Capricorn Clark. Being a victim. I mean, they were all abused by Combs in different ways. And they were all living with trauma bonding. So we're getting more into this right here into we just crossed 4 o'clock. It's pretty significant, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's big. But it seems like everybody that testified, this is the reason why they testified, because all their stuff is being brought back out into this. So I think their testimony was very, very important here. We'll wait to see what happens next. So I'm going to get some of the updates here that's coming up. Let's see. Combs subjected Mia to forced labor. This is a report out by NBC News 2 minutes ago. It said Slavic veered into the concept of forced labor by revisiting the testimony of Mia, a former assistant who worked for Combs, and said he essayed her. Combs used a pattern of force that caused Mia to believe she would be harmed if she didn't comply with his wishes, Slavic told the jury. The former assistant testified that Combs slammed her into a wall in addition to violence she saw him subject Ventura to. So not only did Ventura go through the stuff Mia did, but Mia also saw what Diddy was doing to Ventura. Like a double whammy on Diddy. When Mia was in South Africa, when Ventura, her job was threatened if she didn't answer the phone. Mia knew that she couldn't tell Combs no. AUSA, back to Capricorn. Capricorn had a son to provide for. Combs threatened to blacklist her. Now, witness tampering and obstruction after the Cassie lawsuit. This weaves the whole story together. Jane wrote, "You gaslit me." She posed a problem for the defendant. Remember, she did get blacklisted because eventually she tried to come back to them, right? Capricorn Clark. She wanted to get back in the industry. She knew that Diddy held the keys. So Combs called Jane. The calls were recorded on KK's phone. You can listen to them. Guess they're listening to them now. Jory's listening to that. It was right after Cassie's lawsuit. Remember, right after Cassie's lawsuit. On November 19th, 2023, Cassie's lawsuit was already settled. But he is afraid of a criminal investigation. He calls and asks, what can I do to make you feel better? What will it take? Yeah, because Jane knows it all, and he's worried. He's afraid. He's very, very afraid. That means she might go to the cops, spill the beans, tell her own story, file a lawsuit against them, whatever. She's saying, prosecutors going on to say, he's afraid of a criminal investigation. I would say afraid of getting exposed, afraid of a lawsuit, criminal investigation. I think a combination of them all, but prosecutors are saying criminal investigation. What can I do to make you feel better? But here we go. Remember this? Remember this? He says, I can't be speaking on the phone. I can't be speaking on the phone. It's obstruction of justice, by the way. He is worried the U.S. will get 3 years of his text messages with Jane. Oh, while he's recording the call. He tries to convince her she was willing. He's trying to cover up everything. He's trying to cover up everything. That's what the prosecution is telling the jury. See this? Prosecutor saying he's worried that the United States will get 3 years of his text messages with Jane. Diddy's recording the call. He tries to convince her she was willing. He says, we just did some kinky SHIT I thought we both enjoyed. Call recorded and everything. He's afraid. He's afraid of a criminal investigation. By the way I'm reading this too, HR department at Combs' company was a puppet for him, prosecutors say. I wouldn't be surprised if Vashta Wilson gets involved in some future indictments too, possibly. Just because they said that she's a puppet for him, the HR. Maybe that's why she didn't testify, because she knew she would expose herself to possible criminal liability on that stand by admitting things on the cross. There's something that just happened where they didn't decide to bring any witnesses on. And it's not because the prosecution case is weak. They know the prosecution case is solid as a rock. They suddenly had some of these employees to testify for Diddy, and suddenly they're off. Goes on to say, with this phone call here, do you hear, and they're playing the phone call. Jurors are now hearing the phone call. Do you hear on the recorded call the sound of notes being taken with a Sharpie? To plan how to get what they want Jane to say. Oh, that's brutal right there. We'll put this up on the screen. You've seen that in this trial. The lawyers passing notes to each other. Oh, mic drop right there. Mic drop. Holy smokes. See that? Same behaviors in that phone call. They're implying the lawyers are doing it. Here in the trial. They're doing it at the trial. History repeats itself with Diddy and his behaviors. Notes being taken with a Sharpie on the recorded call. That's brutal right there. He threw it back at the defense. That's brutal right there. All right, let's continue to see what's being said here, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the 7-hour mark. I'll just take you back to Mia because they just came up with a report. Forced labor. Prosecutor Slavic pointed to Mia's testimony that she was sleep deprived while working for Combs. The longest she went without sleep was 5 days, which led to mental and physical breakdown, the prosecutor said. Magnolia says it right here. She basically just insinuated that his lawyers coached him on what to say to Jane to keep her happy and on his side. That's it. Magnolia explained it. That's what the prosecutor said. Prosecutors, new report by NBC News. Combs knew he was in trouble after Ventura's lawsuit. Ventura's lawsuit and Combs' reaction to it weaves this whole story together. Combs knew that the civil action could lead to prosecution, according to the prosecution. So he had to circle the wagons and keep his most trusted advisors, such as his chief of staff and security head, quiet and unseen. Paying people off with a brown paper bag was not an option. He needed to stay under the radar, Slavic said. He was worried from Cassie's lawsuit about being prosecuted. He's trying to cover up his crimes. He's worried about Jane. He's worried about Jane. How to keep Jane in check. Slavic is amazing. Project band shirt. One of that 6-pack that is nailing Diddy. I mean, this prosecutor is just laying it. Sharp, witty. Little snark and sarcasm. Little shade throwing at the defense. I think Slavic was that one statement Slavic said about Diddy coming out with his towel looking ridiculous. That's what the prosecutor said. All ridiculous. She has several mic drops. Pink Goddess says. And yeah, there's a lot of. I'm impressed. That's what I'm saying. No one play with these federal prosecutors. They're federal prosecutors, man. These people are good. They're good. They're good. This is SDNY. Best prosecutors in the world right here on a world stage. We're watching it in real time. All right, so we got more. Slavic's like, then you have Combs. He had D-Rock reach out to Mia. asking her to say something. Mia told you her reaction to this call. So they're playing the call, I believe. She had seen the defendant bash in Cassie's head. D-Rock had seen it too. He was asking her to agree with the lie. So prosecutor just put D-Rock out there. D-Rock. D-Rock put on blast right now by the federal prosecutor. He was asking her to agree with a lie. The prosecutor goes on, folks. As the federal investigation grew, they kept reaching out to Mia. D-Rock calls her 5 times in a row. The chart, Miss Sankar, remember her, the paralegal, presented to you. Bring this together. Got another sketch coming out shortly. Yeah, prosecutors definitely laying the case here. D-Rock is doing the dirty work for Diddy, trying to get Mia to go along with their lies, trying to manipulate her after the stuff comes out, because they're trying to make sure these other people are all in line and don't tell on Diddy. Don't go to the police on Diddy. Don't go to the feds on Diddy. Look at this. While this is going on, this is a new sketch in the courtroom. Look at this. While this is going on, this is Diddy's daughters, family members. Look at one up there on the right with their hands crossed. Looks like I see 2 of his sons on the left. Person in the middle, second row, that's an individual we saw at the beginning of this live come in. I don't know who that is. Look at Janice. Janice front row. Daughters. Look at that. There's a gap between one of the daughters and the son. Guess that spot is reserved for Christian. Yeah, I don't think the daughters should be hearing this either. I mean, this is bad, but I mean, they bring them in. The daughters came in first week. Look at this. Look what the prosecutor just said. The defendant's conduct towards Mia is also obstruction and witness tampering. Also obstruction. The video of the intercontinental assault. It's bribery, but it's also obstruction. Oh, he's in trouble. He's in trouble. Enhancements. Obstruction of justice. He gets on this. Obstruction of justice. That's points. Points just raises it higher in the sentencing penalty. Obstruction. What they were doing to Mia after the Cassie's lawsuit, obstruction. Witness tampering. They're also saying the intercontinental assault video. It's bribery about the tape, but it's also obstruction of justice. It's obstruction. Oh, boy. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Bribery and obstruction. Oh, we might be done getting off. We might be almost done soon. Finally, venue. We're getting into venue. Venue. Got to have venue. Venue for the crimes. Venue. We only have to show an act in this district. Doesn't have to be criminal. SDNY includes Manhattan and the Bronx. Count 2. Freak-offs in Manhattan. Count 3. Freak-offs. Jules in the London Hotel in Miami. Count 4. Jane in Miami. Laying it out, each count. The prosecutor is saying an act, at least one act, happened in this district. On the 4 count, or on the 5 counts. They're going to go 5 next. You'll probably say count 5. Acts. Venue. And that they're 100% true. Even though it happened, a lot of these freak-offs in different jurisdictions, if it happened at least one time in SDNY, they can take the whole case. They can take the whole case. Venue. That's what it means. It means they just need one act that happened in SDNY, and then they can lump all the other jurisdictions of these incidents and lump it in, and one SDNY takes the whole case. Otherwise, if you want to play that way, you go to each jurisdiction and prosecute. That's not how it works with the feds. They just need one act in the district per count. Whew. Brutal. So the way she's saying that now, it makes me think like they're winding down. She's winding down. And now she's finished. It appears she's finishing. Slavic goes on to say, you spent 7 weeks listening. This is the closing. Wrong closing. Like closing of this closing. You spent 7 weeks listening. A lot of the evidence was hard to hear or see. You heard from Kid Cudi, whose house was broken into and whose car was burned. You heard from Regina Ventura, Deontay Nash, how he ran the enterprise with total control. He ran the enterprise with total control. I think they're going to end by saying, ladies and gentlemen, he must be found guilty on all 5 counts. Bring justice. Something in that sort of tune. We'll see. Oh, here we go. It's time to hold him accountable. It's time to find him guilty. Judge says, we'll continue tomorrow. Jurors, all rise. Court's done. I think she ended, unless the judge. I think she ended. I think she just closed. It's time to find him guilty. It's time to hold him accountable. All rise. Whoa. Whoa. All right. So let me just find out for sure she's done. I think she is. The judge's not going to split her up. That sound like the closing words anyway. Like I said, like the closing. The closing of the closing. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Powerful, 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 powerful. Powerful, powerful, powerful. All right. So let's do some recaps here. First, I want to hear what they have to say once the jurors leave, if they address anything in court. It's incredible, NFT, right? Bravo, Tanya says. I mean, this is Cassie's mom. I mean, this is just. I think it was a phenomenal closing. I mean, she touched at all angles. She brought up, reminded jurors of the people that testified. Each and every one of them got a voice, in a sense, in the closing. They all got brought in. We're talking about these lawyers, nor Diddy will sleep tonight. Mikey, I love your insight. It's going to be a show tomorrow at the least. This was laid out like a masterpiece. I agree. This was good. I mean, she touched on every element of this RICO and gave details. And I think it was, I would have loved to be there. I would have paid to be there. You know, some of the people there are like paying $250 from save them a seat. That's worth it. That's like top-notch theater here. All right, so Inner City Press said they're adjourned. So I don't think they're going to be addressing any housekeeping measures. My goodness. Yeah, Diddy's not sleeping tonight. And it's who knows what the defense is going to do tomorrow. They're going to have to throw everything they got to counter this because this was a massacre. It was literally precision. 5 hours, almost 5 hours. Hi, Curtis. Standing ovation for the prosecutor. Much respect to Inner City Press for putting this information out in real time. I know that had to be a tedious task. We were doing the same thing with Lori Vallow Daybell when we were in Idaho, but it's hard. It's hard when courts are not broadcast and televised and you want to relay that information. It's really hard to do. It was a great closing. For real. Keep the comments coming, ladies and gentlemen. While I scan through and see exactly what else is being said here. All right, so prosecution has concluded. They're done. Prosecutor has sat down after a nearly 5-hour address to the jury, making the government's case against Sean Combs on all 5 charges. She thanked the jury for their dedication noting that much of the evidence was hard to hear and see throughout the 6 weeks of the trial. Combs is guilty, the prosecutor said. And he was able to get away with it because of the power and influence he held. It's time to hold him accountable. It's time for justice. And it's time to find him guilty. That's the last 3 words she said. Statements. It's time to hold him accountable. It is time for justice, and it's time to find him guilty. My goodness, that sends goosebumps down my spine. Just reading it. That is crazy. 1 minute ago, CNN give you an update while we post comments on the screen. Prosecutor wrapped up her closing argument by thanking the jurors for their time over the last 6 weeks, saying they've seen a lot of that evidence was hard to hear or hard to see, and now it's all before you. You heard how the defendant ran his criminal enterprise with total control and with the loyal assistance of his inner circle, his chief of staff, who was his right hand, and his security team, whose names changed over time. She listed some of the key witnesses who testified at trial and recounted all the messages, records, and images the jury saw. All of this evidence paints a clear picture of how the defendant committed crime after crime after crime for 2 decades. How he didn't take no for an answer. The evidence shows you how he and his inner circle committed crimes and how far they would go to cover them up. Up until today, the defendant was able to get away with these crimes because of his money, his power, his influence. That stops now. It's time to hold him accountable. Whoa. Beautiful people, it's been a pleasure to get to know you, JLR and Magnolia, the past 6 weeks, day in and day out. Sleep well. It's not over yet, beautiful people. We might be able to do that next week when they come with a verdict. We're still here because you never know what can happen. God's beloved daughter. The fact that nobody came to testify on his behalf is very telling. You mean to tell us not one of his celeb friends could say one good thing about him? Or even testify? Like, nobody. 30 minutes. That's all they did with 30 minutes, the defense. Is that Hoka? Welcome to JLR Investigates. Thanks for coming on and being a member. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this was like, I really enjoyed listening to this. I really did. All right, so we have a earlier day tomorrow. Defense will be up at 9 a.m. tomorrow, which means we will be doing what we do like we've been doing throughout most of the trial, 8:15. We'll do 8:15. Now, the defense has previously said that they were going to do their closing in 3 hours. This prosecutor went on for 4 hours and 49 minutes. Four hours and 45 minutes of closing. Many trials throughout the country, the closings, even on murder trials, the closings might be at 2 hours at the most. Even in murder trials, this one went on for 4 hours, 49 minutes. They timed it. They said 4 hours and 49 minutes. So we're continuing to put up a little bit more things. I am just scouring around trying to get some updates or some key details. But I think we're up to speed with what was said. I think we're up to speed really, really good. And man, all of you are so. Again, I just want to thank everyone for being in the chat on behalf of me and Magnolia. Y'all are great. You guys make this fun and interesting, and you guys are with us when we're helping beat the drum of justice, sharing this. I mean, this is very important. This has severe. I mean, this sets precedent, and this could, save a lot of lives moving forward. It really can. It really can. Prosecution means business here, and it's time to hold these people accountable. Slavic just ended her closing argument. The prosecution is thanking the jury for their attention to the evidence that was often disturbing. They were shown hundreds of exhibits, and a lot of that was hard to hear or to see. She left the panel with parting words. Last three words, we'll say it again. It's time to hold him accountable. It's time for justice. It's time to find the defendant guilty. Those are strong. I can't get no stronger than that. My goodness. All right, see what else is kind of looking around. Court is adjourned. There's no feed outside. That I wanted to see, like, the family leave, like if they got any comment. Let me just scan here a minute. This is the time a media outlet should be out there broadcasting what's going on outside. But yeah, it's time to hold the defendant accountable. So we're continuing just to put a last few things up on the screen. Thank you. Thank you, Mikey. Thank you for the one gifted membership. Courtesy of Mikey, there's an additional member. How many memberships have we launched out today? Let me go back. We must have launched out, all of you contributed. We must have launched out 100 new memberships today. Straight up, 100. Looks like it's like around 100 memberships or somewhere close. I mean, y'all are great. We appreciate that. Thank you for helping grow the fam. We continue to grow. I mean, that is so many new members. And yeah, whoo. Wow, man, y'all are great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. So with that being said, I think we will sign off. Only because there's nothing really else to discuss, and y'all have been in the chat. And we will be back first thing in the morning. As always, reliability. And we'll see what the defense does. We'll see how good it is. Maybe it's going to be powerful, just as powerful, maybe even more powerful. We shall see. We shall see. All right, folks, stay blessed, stay safe out there, stay hydrated. It's hot summer. And we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow. I can't wait. I'm going to be picking Magnolia's brain for the next 12 hours. But we will be back bright and early, sharp, 8:15. We'll set up the stream. Make sure you hit that notification button, and we will go from there. And I can't wait. Looking forward to the action. You guys have a very blessed day. Mayor Pride, thank you for that. I just saw that pop up. And be safe out there, folks. Until next time, JLR Magnolia Investigates. See you tomorrow.
Like this, and given the allegations against her, does this give you a clue about her potential role in this criminal case? In other words, do you think she could be called as a witness by either the prosecution or the defense?
Yeah, I couldn't imagine any universe where she's not called as a witness by either the defense or the prosecution. If someone is an individual's quote unquote right-hand man or right-hand woman, and they know the intricacies of what is going on day to day, their schedule, what they do, not so much an MO, a modus operandi of like, a crime, but maybe an MO of what they do day to day, right? And I always say this, like an MO day to day would be, hey, I go have breakfast at this certain place, lunch at this other certain place. This is where I go in the afternoon. These are the calls that I make during the day. If she knows kind of his day-to-day schedule and how he operates, the individuals that he knows, the individuals that came to see him at his office or his home, and she was there during that time period, I believe that she would either be useful for the defense or useful for the prosecution. Now, my guess is she would probably be a prosecution witness, because when you become a defense witness in these type of cases, the prosecution starts looking at you very hard to see if there's a charge that they can file against you. And I don't see a lot of these people surrounding Sean Combs becoming defense witnesses, as opposed to when an FBI agent knocks on your door and says like, hey, you're a subject, but you're not a target yet. We want to talk to you about these things. And you could become a target depending on, how we feel you fall into this whole thing. And then all of a sudden, people come to the table with a lot different versions of different things that happened during their time with the individual who they're prosecuting.
See, here's my question, right? Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's a strong possibility she could be a witness at this case, because you think about what he's charged with, right? This racketeering conspiracy, this sex trafficking operation, this criminal enterprise. If I'm sitting on that jury, and by the way, we've had this conversation since this case began, no one else has been criminally charged in this case. And it makes me wonder if she is called as a witness and is, again, that's what makes the statement so interesting, right? She didn't come forward and be like, I am ready to testify about all that I saw, all that I heard. I was forced to do things that I didn't want to do. She's basically suggesting that I didn't know any about this. It's abhorrent behavior. If she takes the stand as a prosecution witness and gives them and taking these allegations as true, gives them everything that they need. Yeah, I organized this, I cleaned up this, I did that. If I'm sitting on the jury, I'm wondering, why is she not sitting with Sean Combs as a criminal defendant? Can she be asked about that? Can she be asked, did you work out a deal? How come you're not criminally charged? I think that's a big question, because out of everybody we've talked about, based on the allegations and the lawsuits, and it's a question of how much that actually is connected to the criminal case, she's like the central figure. If you're talking about a criminal enterprise, how's she not wrapped up into it? Unless these charges are not strong, or unless these allegations aren't real, unless she really had no part about it. See, that's where I'm struggling with her role in this. I think she's a very important player, but I don't know what she would testify to or what she'd be asked.
I will tell you, and just from experience, you have individuals that take the stand very often to testify against your client because they make deals, and a jury isn't stupid. You can bring that out. What kind of deal did you make? You actually get the letter of agreement that they have with the individual who's testifying, if they are avoiding some sort of criminal liability, or if they're going to get some kind of reward at the end. And everyone always says, oh, yeah, I talked to them. Maybe I'm hopeful that I can get a discount at the end. I'm sentenced to 90 months. And I'm hopeful I might get some time off, but there was no promises, no coercion, all these different things. And that's how these go a lot. But I mean, I've had witnesses take the stand, and I can't even tell you, they're testifying that they used to move 1,000 pounds of weed a week, and the prosecutor's not going to prosecute them for that. And, juries aren't stupid. They see that. They understand the motivation behind it. Now, does that mean they're not going to believe anything that individuals tells them? Probably not. They're still going to believe some things that they say, but it does go to their bias, and it goes to, their credibility of whether or not they are expanding on their knowledge, whether or not they're, throwing some extra things in to make sure the prosecution is happy with their testimony and they can get a significant amount of time off. And I always use the Sammy the Bull Gravano as an example, right? Here's a guy, they could have charged him with, I don't know, 20 murders or something crazy, that took place during, John Gotti days. And he ended up getting, a couple years in jail and then followed by a bunch of probation. But did that mean that the jury didn't believe him? No, the jury still believed him. And it's the way that it's sold. So like when Sammy the Bull took the stand, and he's got a podcast right now. I watch it every now and then. He's like, a relatable guy. He says like, listen, I was in the mob. I did these things. This is what they asked me to do, blah, blah, blah. And even though he was getting a deal, juries believed what he was saying because of the way that he sold it. And, that depends on the witness. It depends on the preparation of the witness. And it depends on a lot of things. I mean, I've had witnesses that I thought were complete garbage that jury believed. And then I've had witnesses that were complete garbage that, juries didn't believe, and I end up winning the case. It's one of those things. So I think she's a central figure. I do think she's a central figure. And if you're looking at it like a hierarchy, which the government always does, even you see this new case out of California with, they're blaming the Rolling 60s, all these gang members. They have a hierarchy, right? And they show the chart of where everyone falls. I mean, this is allegedly right under Sean Combs is this young lady.
So in other words, you are saying that the prosecution needs her. They need her to prove the different elements of these crimes. Because the other way of looking at it is, if you're a prosecutor, right, in the interest of justice, if Sean Combs did all these things and everybody who was helped him did all these things, you should be prosecuting everybody who was a part of it. Or the other way of looking at it is, they won't be able to prove their case against him with digital evidence alone or the victim's testimony. They need people who were a part of this. Am I understanding that right? That she is such a necessary component of their case? Because this is the way I look at it. Again, one of two reasons she wasn't charged. Either A, the allegations aren't true. B, three things. The allegations aren't true. B, there's not enough evidence against her. Or C, she is such a pivotal witness, they absolutely need her for this case. Because again, it came out during the Ghislaine Maxwell case, came out here. How can you be part of a criminal conspiracy if you're the only one a part of it? So in other words, you believe, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, you believe she is essential to the prosecution's case.
I think so. If I'm a prosecutor and I have an individual who is allegedly the right hand of the defendant that I'm charging, I can't imagine a universe where she's not a central figure. Because just for background, let's just say for background, right? To know what his day-to-day is, to know, I mean, who orders 1,000 bottles of lube? Like who does these things, right? So like, if that is the person that he goes to, that's his general, and that general then gives orders to all the captains and colonels and everyone below her, how is she not a central figure? I find that hard to believe that they are not going to rely very heavily on some testimony from her, at least for background of all these different things.
Then going back to the statement, right? How does she testify in a way to say, yeah, I ordered all this, I did all this, but it's still true to her statement that I didn't do anything wrong, I didn't know anything that was going on? How does she do it? Again, because she made a statement on purpose. I have to imagine she spoke to her legal counsel about this before making the statement. But if you're going to be testifying in May or June, and it's going to contradict the statement you just made, allegedly, I don't know. That's the part I'm struggling with.
Yeah, I mean, listen, is it possible that he compartmentalized all these different roles for every single person that's doing it? Hey, I need you to order this. I need you to do this. I just don't see him being that individual that would be on that that micro, that type of detail. My guess is he would go to his right-hand person and say, hey, we're having a party on Saturday. This is what we need, X, Y, and Z. Make sure it happens. Get it all done, et cetera, et cetera. That's what I would imagine someone of his type would do, as opposed to micromanaging those individual people and say, hey, you're in charge of the cake. You're in charge of ordering all the baby oil. You're in charge, like I just don't see that happening. So my guess is that although she's saying she didn't know, my feeling is she's saying she didn't know the extent is what she's probably going to say if she takes the stand. She's going to say, hey, I knew we had parties. I knew he liked prostitutes. I knew he, might have wanted marijuana there or whatever. And did I tell Bob Smith or did I tell Jane Smith to go do this or do that? Sure. But I didn't know how it all came together. I think that is more along the line of what she's saying, that I had no idea about the scope of it, as opposed to saying, oh, I didn't know he threw parties. I didn't know that, there was sex going on in room 4. I think that her statement more along the lines of goes to, hey, I just thought these were consenting adults. Who am I to say, hey, Sean Combs is having sex in room 4. I'm going to tell him not to. Like, that's not my job. I have no idea if he's paying that person, not paying that person. All I know is him, her, and her and him go into a room. Those are consenting adults. No one's ever complained to me that this was going on. No one said anything to me. I think that falls more in line with her statement than that she absolutely didn't know anything about anything. I don't think that's what she's saying. I think she's saying she didn't know the extent. She didn't know that things were going on that were allegedly illegal, that, the prostitution that was going on wasn't just consenting adults, that it was some sort of drugging and things of that. I think she's saying she had no idea about that.
And
that's my guess.
And just to be clear, right, a lot of everything we're saying right now, we're speculating. We don't know for sure. And to be clear, right, Sean Combs hasn't been found guilty of any crime in connection with this case. His trial starts in May. He hasn't been found liable in any of these lawsuits. She hasn't been found liable in any of these lawsuits. She hasn't been criminally charged. The other possibility is she's not called as a witness at the criminal trial. She has no connection to the criminal case whatsoever. But so much of the heat, as you mentioned, in these civil cases has been coming forward, particularly with Ashley Parham. She had to release a statement with respect to the civil case. And that, she's basically, I actually wondered when I see, about irreparable injuries and the irreparable harm that she's suffering, that it might be hurting her livelihood. It might be hurting her career, that at this point she has to release a statement. It has nothing to do with the criminal case against Sean Combs, her former boss, but it just has to do with her own self. And maybe, I don't think she can file a defamation claim because these are claims in a lawsuit and you can't automatically file a defamation claim for being accused of something in a lawsuit. But I also thought it might have been a personal reason, a reputational reason, a business reason for her to make a statement like this.
There's a lot of reasons why people make these statements. I mean, it's not simply, and like I said, it doesn't move the ball really in the civil case or the criminal case. It's not a statement that she's making where, oh my God, she made that statement. Let's throw the case out. Let's not use her as a witness. Like, that's not the key to these statements. And the key usually is all of a sudden you start getting notices from all these fancy clubs that you're a member of that say, hey, sorry, we're not renewing your membership. Once those letters start rolling in, and the next deals, and Nike says, hey, listen, it was nice doing business with you. We don't want to keep doing business with you. Those type of things that happen, obviously you have to address, the elephant in the room. So I do think that was the major factor here, is that she was addressing the elephant in the room and saying, like, listen, I really don't know what was going on. I had no idea. All these accusations are flying around. It's ruining my life. It's ruining my family's life. She's got kids. I mean, this is a horrible, it's like whenever a defendant gets charged, it isn't just the defendant. And I say this, to everyone. It's the family members. It's the associates. It's the business partners. Everyone gets affected by any kind of criminal case that's going on against a defendant. It is a widespreading net. It's like throwing a rock in a pond, and there's ripples that affect you. You have no idea how badly this affects the kids, the families, the families, obviously, of the victims, the alleged victims. I mean, it's such a massive amount of people that I feel bad for everyone associated in this. Obviously, there's allegations here. No one's been convicted. So at this point where everyone is still, in the eyes of the law, innocent, I feel bad for everyone that's involved in this case because there's just so many things that are going on. These alleged prostitutes that are getting dragged back in. They may have moved on. They may have jobs as baristas, and now all of a sudden they're being thrown into the press that they were, 5 years ago they were a prostitute. So there's a lot of people that get harmed with these cases, and that's really the balancing. That's a tough balancing act when it comes to either the defense or the government, where you're putting witnesses on the stand. Obviously, you want to do the best you can for your client, but it's so tough because you have witnesses that have moved on, that it was 3, 4, 5 years ago, that you're calling back and you want them to take the stand to say this didn't happen or this did happen.
And in a few months, when we see who the actual witnesses are testifying in the criminal case, these are names that will be splattered across the world because there's going to be so much coverage of the Sean Combs case. Final point, though, I read it before. I'll say I read it before, but like the accusations that she's facing, Bradford, in these cases, these civil lawsuits, are just so disturbing. I mean, there's very specific, very, very specific details about what she allegedly did. And yes, these are allegations, but a lot of these suits are from people who have identified themselves or had to identify themselves, and they're being public about accusations, not just against Sean Combs, but against other high-profile people, and now her directly. That specificity in these lawsuits, what does that tell you?
So specificity in lawsuits is always something that makes them stronger, right? If I know the time, the date, I have phone calls or whatever, and I put that into my complaint, that's why I always try to make my complaints. A lot of attorneys always feel like, just do like a plain Jane complaint, throw it in there so they won't know, what the allegations are. I don't do that. I make mine as specific as possible. I give you times and dates and areas and photographs. If I have photographs of certain things, I'll attach everything to a complaint because I have nothing. When I file a complaint, I have nothing to hide. So when I see specificity in a complaint, it does speak towards its allegations being, verifiable. Let me put it that way. When I say, hey, I was in New York on April 14th at 2:46 p.m., and it's that specific, that they obviously have something that said, well, how did they know they were in New York at 2:46 p.m.? Well, it was a phone call. There's an email. I went to the front desk of a hotel. I pulled money out of a ATM that was on the corner. All these different things that would verify where I was and when it was. Those type of things, to me, when you're defending those cases, those are things you need to think about, because it's like, okay, why are they saying that so specifically? They must have something to back that up. And what is that? And that's when you start tailoring your request to produce and things of that nature to see what evidence they actually have to show that specificity. But yeah, I think it speaks a lot to the case.
And that's a different kind of case to argue against or for, because I mean, I'll just say real quickly before we wrap up, the Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively case, so specific. I mean, you have text messages, times, dates, emails. So it becomes a question, not that did something not happen or not. It's, explaining away why something happened and not providing different context or explanation. That was one of the most specific back and forth lawsuits that we've seen, but that's a case for a different time. Bradford Cohen. Yeah. Thanks so much for taking the time. Great seeing you. Really appreciate you breaking down this very interesting development in the Sean Combs story. Thank you so much, man.
Thanks, man.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time. Day one of the Sean Combs criminal trial was definitely eventful. Aside from compelling and revealing opening statements by both the prosecution and defense, the jury heard the first witnesses in the case. Everything from Astroglide to alleged paid sex work to explicit text messages, Diddy wearing a disguise, the rapper being pushed up against a wall. This is your definitive recap of everything that happened inside of that courtroom today. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Well, it is here. Today was officially day one of the federal criminal trial of Sean Diddy Combs. From Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit back in November of 2023, to the plethora of allegations and other lawsuits, to the raids on his properties, to his arrest an indictment in September of 2024, to his multiple attempts to seek bail, to several superseding indictments. May 12th, 2025 marks the day the jury was finalized, opening statements began, and we heard the first witnesses, the first witness testimony in his criminal trial. Remember, this is a trial where federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York assert Combs engaged in sex trafficking, racketeering conspiracy, transportation, to engage in prostitution, that he established this network, this enterprise, this pattern of criminal activity that was particularly engaged in the abuse of women. Now, we're going to plan to do daily recaps here on Sidebar every day of this trial if we can, because as you know, federal courts don't allow cameras or recording devices, but we want to provide you enough details and description so it feels like you are in that courtroom watching it play out. This is a high interest case. This is an important case, and we feel it is only right that we try to provide you with as much information as we possibly can. So right now, we are going to lay out day one, jury being finalized, opening statements, the witnesses who testified. So for that, I'm going to bring in law and crimes reporter Elizabeth Milner, who is in that courthouse today. Elizabeth, so good to see you as always. First things first, okay? And I want to let you go because you haven't even eaten today. I know there's been so much going on today. So first things first, what was it like today getting into that courtroom? I understand you had trouble getting into that courtroom. What was the scene like?
Oh, well, Jesse, I got here super early, a little bit like around 7:00 a.m. this morning. And thankfully, we had somebody kind of holding a place in line for us because that's how many people want to be here, want to be inside that courthouse, want to be inside that courtroom, whether it's the general public, whether it's journalists, whether it's other lawyers just wanting to get a piece of the action. Let me tell you something, Jesse. When I came here this morning, the line was all the way down the block, and it was just crazy packed with so many journalists, so many people who just wanted a chance to, again, be inside that courtroom today. But it was just a madhouse. Like a lot of us in the media were kind of comparing it to the Hunger Games. It was really that serious because a lot of people wanted to make sure, one, that they had their place in line, and two, that they were able to get inside in their same place in line, because obviously with this being such a high profile trial with a lot of eyes on it, everyone wanted to be inside that courtroom. So there were some times people were cutting the lines, people were trying to get ahead. They were, trying to get up in any way possibly that they could, because, when the bailiffs take us up to that courtroom, they're taking us in maybe packs of 6 or 7. It's never like the full group and then the rest are turned away. But there are some people who try to sneak in with the group that are going up. But, the bailiffs, sometimes they catch it, sometimes they don't. But then, us who have those press passes were able to kind of glide right through. But then there were, still a packed courtroom today, especially for day one, especially for a very high profile day, that being opening statements. But it was crazy just to even get inside that courthouse today.
And I followed you on X, and you took a video of Rodney Lil Rod Jones, who filed his own lawsuit against Sean Combs. He showed up today. That was something, to say the least. I mean, was he in the courtroom at all? Were you surprised to see him? What was he doing?
I was a little surprised to see him kind of standing in the line, just, like the rest of us. He came in probably, I would say, a little after maybe 7:30, like it was right before 8, because around 8:30, they started bringing us into the court house. But, I was kind of stunned to see him inside that line with all of us. He came in, he had the sunglasses on, he had 2 chains on, not to be confused with the rapper or anything like that. But, a lot of cameras were inside his face, and through his attorney, he had pretty much said that he is not going to be making any type of comments, not going to be giving any type of interview. So we didn't see any of that while we were standing outside the courthouse, because remember, for our viewers, we're not allowed to have our phones inside. As soon as we walk inside those doors, for the most part, the marshals, the bailiffs are telling us to turn our phones off. And so once we all got inside the courthouse, I saw him kind of standing in line with his attorney as well as his entourage, going up with members of the public. And so probably for the first half of the day, I did see him inside that courtroom. He was paying attention. He was following along with, the preemptive strikes of the jury selection. as well as the opening statements. And then around lunchtime, not kind of clear where he had went afterwards, or if maybe, had no idea where he went pretty much afterwards. So, and this afternoon, I didn't see him in the courtroom, but for this morning, we definitely did see him inside that courtroom along with his attorney as well, too.
By the way, totally off topic here, but can I talk about something very serious for a quick minute? So debt doesn't just show up one day. No, it builds little by little. Credit cards, car loans, medical bills. Suddenly you're juggling all these payments. You're feeling stuck. You know what I'm talking about. But here's the good news. We got American Financing as our sponsor. So they help homeowners like you every day. They use your home's equity and they roll that high interest debt into one simple, affordable payment. They are saving homeowners an average of $800 a month. There's no judgment. There's no pressure, just real solutions that put you back in control. Starts with one phone call. Only takes 10 minutes to get started. And by the way, there's no upfront fees. So it costs you nothing to find out how much you can save. And by the way, if you start today, you may be able to delay your next 2 mortgage payments. American Financing salary-based consultants are ready to listen. They're ready to help. Take back your peace of mind with American Financing. Call American Financing today at 866-891-2821. That's 866-891-2821, or go to americanfinancing.net/sidebar. Okay, so before we even get into the opening statements, before we even get into the jury being finalized, who was in the courtroom for Sean Combs? Were there any notable faces? And how did Sean Combs appear?
Well, he appeared, in good spirits, considering that today is a very big day. It was day one. It was opening statements. He was brought out a little bit before 9 a.m. He was wearing a gray sweater. He had a white undershirt on. He had gray slacks. He had his glasses with him. He waved at his family, kind of gave the little heart sign as well, too. He stood up at the defense table. He was sorting through papers. But one thing I found pretty interesting today, Jesse, is that we could see him reading the Bible. And this was before the preemptive strikes were going on. And so maybe this was, to get him into the good spirits. Maybe it was because he needed, maybe some religion or that type of thing. And so, yeah, a lot of us kind of spotted him with the Bible. At first we were like, is that a Bible? And then when he got up, put it inside of his, his legal briefcase or whatever he brings inside that courtroom, then we're like, okay, yeah, that's definitely a Bible. But as far as some memorable faces inside that courtroom today, it was really stacked. We had Mark Garagos in the courtroom, Karen Agnifilo, who is the wife of Mark Agnifilo. We had Lil Rod inside that courtroom. We had Doug Wigger inside that courtroom, and he's a notable face because he represents Cassie Ventura, who is expected to testify tomorrow. We had Quincy Brown inside that courtroom, one of Diddy's, he's Diddy's adopted son. We had Justin Combs. His mother, Misa, was inside that courtroom. We had Christian Combs, Delilah Combs, Jesse Combs, Chance Combs, Janice Combs. That's going to be Diddy's mother. We had Dana Tran inside that courtroom. Dana is also a pretty notable figure, too, because she is the daughter of Diddy's youngest child, Love, who I think is maybe 2 years old, 3 years old at this time. So obviously, the baby wasn't in the courtroom or anything like that. Then we also had the twins' caregiver / guardian. She's also Kim Porter's best friend as well, too. And so those were some of the pretty big notable faces that we saw inside that courtroom. Now, I did hear rumblings that both Lisa Bloom and Gloria Allred were also inside the courthouse today. I believe that they were in the media overflow room, which is pretty surprising given, their, credentials especially. But those are the main noticeable people that were inside that courtroom today.
Now, you mentioned jury selection. You mentioned the preemptory challenges. We knew that the day was going to start off with finalizing the jurors. You need a jury for a criminal trial. Now, both the prosecution and the defense, they use their preemptory challenges to whittle down the number, right? They're striking jurors not for cause, but for whatever reason, as long as it's not an improper reason, like race or gender. But the defense took issue with who the prosecution was excluding, right?
They definitely did. The defense was pretty much saying that, the government had struck 7 Black people, and they had a pretty big argument about that. The defense was alleging that, the government has this pattern and demanded essentially for the government to respond to this, that being the Batson challenge, which Brian Buckmeyer kind of gave me a little privy to from the legalese portion of it. But even as the government was kind of going through all of the prospective jurors that they were striking down, they were for pretty, you could understand the reasons why. Number juror 51 knew all the defendant's children, knew 17 people on the people in places list, watched Making the Band, had a fiance that served time for drug conviction. Another juror, this was number 216, she was moved to strike for cause. She had been arrested 3 times. She didn't disclose, didn't disclose that they harassed a police officer. Juror number 181, Also in this batch, the husband spent 21 years in prison, was concerned that the government was concerned she would be biased. The government says she had worked with individuals with bipolar disorder and concerned she would bring her outside knowledge into this case. Another was dismissed because they had two brothers who served time for felonies. This person had watched a news segment about this case and said that they would lose 30% of their income, but was worried that this person might also have an agenda of wanting to be on the jury. Number 163 had an English language issue. Nephew was a gang member who allegedly shot a police officer. Another one went to high school with Diddy. Another prospective juror that was struck out, gave inconsistent answers and referred to police as a-holes. Obviously, I'm not going to say the full word, but you can kind of take it from that. And then number 181 was also described as, a view of victims. Looked at Diddy as already guilty of domestic violence and tried to walk back comments that said, victims jump on bandwagons and catch cases. So those were some of the prospective jurors that, the defense had issue with the government striking them. But, after kind of listening to these reasons, it kind of, gave a little more answer as to why this was happening. But I will tell you, some of the jurors that I was particularly disappointed weren't taken onto the jury was the wand stealer, Jesse. I know you and I both were kind of hoping that she would stay on, but unfortunately she didn't. Also, from my notes, the woman with ocular migraines, she was dismissed as well too. And so that was just kind of some of the look at some of the jurors that were dismissed from the case and are not currently serving on this panel.
And they selected a jury very quickly today. As you said, the judge rejected the defense's arguments that, as you mentioned, the Batson challenge, striking the validity of these peremptory challenges. And now we have a jury. 8 men, 4 women. There's 6 alternates, 2 women, 4 men. You have all walks of life, all different kinds of ages. And by the way, talking about Brian Buckmeyer, let me call him out actually. Earlier today, you and I were doing a live hit, and there was this guy who was so loud outside screaming in your live shot. Brian Buckmeyer, friend of the show, friend of Law and Crime, stepped in, moved him aside. We love Brian. Now, I want to get into what happened with the opening statement. So the prosecution started with their opening statement. And by the way, the judge had already given the jury instructions. We all know what that is. But then the prosecution started with their opening statement, and AUSA, Assistant United States Attorney Emily Johnson, delivered the opening statement for the prosecution. What was the main theme of her opening statement, and what were the highlights of the opening statement?
Well, definitely the main theme was just that kind of Diddy was pulling the wool over everyone's head. The government said that Diddy was a cultural icon, a businessman. He was larger than life. But that also said in that same sentence, or at least the next sentence, he had 20 years of crimes that he was doing that ranged from kidnapping, arson, drug trafficking, sex crimes, obstruction. These are the type of things that were already laid out in the indictment, the second superseding indictment, the third superseding indictment. So all this stuff, we knew for the most part. And then they kind of talked more in depth, about Cassie and the allegations.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that crown, top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved out the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something, I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait for late, cause in a minute I'm escape, cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the clock watch.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning